Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
Reparations is more than a check, but the very first thing it is a check. And come this year during the midterms and in 2028, if you don't have our check, you won't get no vote. No check, no vote. Yeah, I know that ain't what you want to hear, but that's what's happening.
Because you cannot get reparations without putting people in office that's going to pay them.
Okay, right now, we're being told that democracy is on the line. We've been told this every time.
No, but I think this is something
around,
separate.
right?
This is something that dealing with environmental justice, which is obviously an issue that impacts African-American communities of color. But reparations is something that should have happened a long, long time ago.
Absolutely.
But environmental justice is coming from a grant. I mean, I think that we do need this.
But why don't we have grants like this going directly to Black Americans so that we can actually change the issues that's been put on us systemically?
Because you cannot get reparations without putting people in office that's going to pay them.
Black folks all across California engaged in a multi-year listening and building process that resulted in one of the most profound documents that's ever been produced by the Department of Justice in the state. And in that came a number of recommendations that have a fierce implementation hurdle, and that implementation can't happen without some sort of overseeing agency that helps facilitate it. And so I want to thank you for bringing this forward. I want to thank you for forcing us to contemplate the creation of this agency as early as last year. I want to thank you for your urgency, not just in this year, but throughout your tenure in the legislature. A proud member of the Black Caucus today, and I imagine there's a motion on the table. I'd like to second, third, or fourth it where it is.
Because you cannot get reparations without putting people in office that's going to pay them.
So this is Assemblyman Mr. Bryant. He's mad I brought up the reparations vote. So he's preventing me from speaking. And he's trying to block my access here. Why are you so upset?
You vote for 3 strikes. You put Black folks in prisons, but
here
now
for
you
3
want to be a reparations person.
Well,
But you won't
should
vote
have
for the bill. I supported the bill all session.
Then bring the bill.
Will you vote for the bill, Mr.
Bring the bill.
Will you vote for the bill?
Bring it up.
Will you vote for reparations?
Bring it
I
up.
would love it.
Bring it up.
Let's vote for reparations
Bring
together.
it up. Bring it up.
You in, Bill?
Bring it up.
I didn't think so.
Bring it up. I'll vote for it. Bring it up. I'll vote for it.
Because you cannot get reparations without putting people in office that's going to pay them. Because you cannot get reparations without putting people in office that's going to pay them.
These are their bills. They have their names on the bills. They killing their own bills because they scared of the government. Now, listen, they gonna see this and they gonna get mad at us. They killing their own bills, then they gonna get mad at us. They killing their own bills because they scared of the government. Okay? We don't care.
We need to
Bring the goddamn bills up now.
The governor needs to understand that the world is watching California, and this is going to have a direct impact on your friend Kamala Harris, who's running for president. This is going to have a direct impact. So pull up the bills now, vote on them, and sign them.
We have
We've
the
been
votes.
waiting for over 400 years.
Because you cannot get reparations without putting people in office that's going to pay them.
We demand cash payment reparations, Kamala.
Because last time I checked, Kamala Harris is not in office right now. She is a private citizen. So what are you gaining or accomplishing by doing this? And it's like, for me,
are you going to run again in 28?
So, okay,
I tried to be subtle, but I just figured I'd go right
well,
at
that's as subtle as Reverend Al Sharpton could ever be. We love you for many things, but not being subtle. Listen, I might. I'm thinking about it.
We demand cash payment reparations, Kamala.
Because you cannot get reparations without putting people in office that's going to pay them.
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No.
We demand cash payment reparations, Kamala.
Because you cannot get reparations without putting people in office that's going to pay them.
Why y'all keep fucking with me on that? I'm the only one doing the bill.
Because you cannot get reparations without putting people in office that's going to pay them.
How about a hate crime bill for black Americans? We suffered through the most hate crimes out of everybody. How about a hate crime bill? There's a lot of money getting thrown around and nothing representing us.
And we need you all to come and do a little celebratory in front of Dr. Bullock real quick. Go ahead. Come on.
It's not going to change the topic now.
Come on. We don't want to be left out. You didn't come up. Yeah, that's why I come out here just a little bit.
What about black Americans now?
Okay. Thank you.
Don't shush me now. Don't shush me. I'm here representing the black grassroots.
Because you cannot get reparations without putting people in office that's going to pay them.
Well, I think they mean some type of economic empowerment to the African descendants of slaves.
But what does that mean, economic empowerment? I just talked about the fact that I would do my best to change the banking system to make sure that we end racism, that we pay attention to distressed communities, that people get the loans they need to make the investments they need.
What about straight cash payouts?
No.
How much you want, Sean?
Agree with that? Why don't you agree with that?
Well, first of all, you mean just a check to every African American?
Yes.
Well, then there's a check to every Native American who were nearly wiped out when the settlers first came in.
Because you cannot get reparations without putting people in office that's going to pay them.
Cash payments for hell no. You never get it. Why not? That's why we need your support. You got a lot of power. You will never get it.
Because you cannot get reparations without putting people in office that's going to pay them.
We just got through talking to what we're trying to do is just got through talking about pushing that bill on the floor. If we can't push that commission bill, we want to do executive order. But as you well know, in order to get where anybody wants to do, I don't disagree with anyone, because I'm just there to move a vehicle forward so you can get where you need to be. We've got to get people to understand it and move it forward.
Everybody's getting things done without any type of research or anything. They're just getting funding and policy. We're the only people that's not getting funding and policy now.
Thank you, sir.
Because you cannot get reparations without putting people in office that's going to pay them.
Do you think Democrats really believe in reparations for African Americans, or is it just a good talking point for this campaign cycle?
I don't want to speak for other people.
Mm-hmm.
What about
Reparations! Now! Reparations! Now! Reparations!
If you guys don't offer any real policy for black Americans, you guys will lose. The only way to win is to offer black Americans policy.
Real consequences or real concerns. Meanwhile, freedmen have paid taxes and contributed to this city and this country for generations without receiving full and equal access to the benefits of those taxes we're supposed to secure.
We're not going to use our ancestors' legacy to give money to illegals, immigrants. We're the foundation of black Americans. We built this country. We're not voting for you, we're not voting for the Democrats, and we're not voting for anybody until we get paid.
Hello? No, you're on. Go ahead. I'm listening. You're on. Since the 60s, we've had over 7,000 black people elected in office in high positions throughout this country. Over 7,000. And we haven't moved an inch. So don't ask me where have I been. The question is, where the hell are you at?
What it do, family and friends? Welcome back to the Church of Black Power. If you're not subscribed, go ahead, hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can Speed up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. And with that being said, family, we got one hell of a broadcast here today. You know, Al Sharpton had to come out with some more further fists swinging and wagging in the air. You know how them old niggas get when they get upset. They start shaking, protruding all over the place. This was Al Sharpton. So we're going to talk about the little panel that Al Sharpton put together to talk about the situation with the Voters' Right Act, because once again, like we said once before, the old dog has the same old tricks over and over and over again. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about some of these other folks that came out talking about that as well, but we're also going to touch on, you know, the conservative method of reparations and a tether claiming we already got it. So let's jump right on into it, family. Before we do, you know what I got to do. Let me go ahead and scroll it up so I can give my love. Much love. B1 salute to our sister Queen, Hurricane Nisi in the building. Our sister Andrea Jones, Anita Harrell. Our good brother Boilermaker, Eddie Foster, much love to you. Our good brother Jesse Paris in the building. Our sister Patricia A. Jones. Black RU, our good brother, much love to you. Hello is in the building. Brenda Thomas is in the building. A. McMill is in the building. Much love to all of you. Rael is in the building. Our sister Intrigued is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you all for being here. Our good brother DSB, dark-skinned brother in the building. Much love to you, my warrior brother, and thank you for being here. Hot Shot Miami Flavor in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Christian Wright is in the building. Much love, much love. Rael looks like from a different account. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. GHJF in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here as well. Our sister Black Rose in the building. Much love. Rael once again. Much love. Much love. Fella Speaks in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here as well. Gregory X in the building. Much love and thank you for being here, family, as well as our good brother AO in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here as well, my warrior brother. Douglas. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, family. Got a text message. Douglas is in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. Mr. Civilian. Let's see here. What else we got? Who else we got in the building? Our sister Priscilla Taylor is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, my sister Queen, as well as Enigma. Much love to you. Thank you for being here as well. Our sister Cooking with Miss D is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here as well. Our good brother Troy is in the building. Shout out to him. Thank you for being here. Much love to you. Much love to you. Shout out to our good brother Fella Speaks. Much love to you and thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold and I appreciate your contributions as always, warrior brother. Church, FBA family, we in here. Much love to you. We in here and we gonna stand on the square. Let's get into it, family. We definitely are. Shout out, shout out, shout out. Let me continue. Our brother John Son is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Our sister Nene is in the building. Shout out to you, my warrior queen. Much love to you. YGL TB1 in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Our brother Crux is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, as well as our good brother David Boyd. Much love to you. And thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contributions as always, family, as always. Want to make sure we got everybody up in here. Give me 1 second, family. Our family Rules is in the building. Excuse me. Ya Rules is in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. Kelly Goodman is in the building and much love to you. Thank you for being here and much love to everybody who is not in the chat but who is in the building. Much love to you. Our sister Tawanda in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here as well. And all those who's going to catch this on the replay, much love to you. And all those who are just listening, shout out to you. Now, family, On the 2nd, I came across this message. Well, actually, it was sent to me. I don't know the person who sent to me. It was just a random mutual. But I'm glad that they did. Shout out to that random mutual. Oh, God, Lee, hold up. Hold up. Okay, here we go. Hold on. Let me clear this out here. All right. So this got sent to me. And it states from Reverend Al Sharpton, May 1st. Apparently, he wrote this on May 1st. Okay. MS Nows. Reverend Al Sharpton will anchor Flashpoint Voter Rights in America, a special edition of Politics Nation, airing Saturday, May 2nd at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on MS Now. The special will examine the recent Supreme Court decisions regarding redistricting in Louisiana and how it may, there go that word again, may, not how it will, how it may affect voting rights across the country. Reverend Al Sharpton will be joined by House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, Representative Yvette Clarke, New York Rep Troy Carter. Yvette Clarke is the New York Rep. Troy Carter out of Louisiana, Representative Benny Thompson out of Mississippi, and former U.S. Attorney General Eric Holder to discuss the decisions, the future of the Voter Rights Act, and more. Tune in to Flashpoint, Voting Rights in America, tomorrow, May 2nd, 5 p.m. on MSN Now. Okay, MS Now, excuse me. Now, okay. When I saw that, I was like, all right, well, let me go ahead and go and check this out. Let me go ahead and try to find this because I didn't get this until after it had already been broadcast. So I went trying to look for clips, and when I say it is almost impossible to find the whole god dang clip, the whole dang situation without it being clipped up, you get my frustration. But I was able to pull different clips from different locations, and we're going to get into what they were talking about here today. We got to get into what they were talking about because instead of, and these folks are basically admitting that they could have done so much more under Obama's presidency. They could have done so much more under Biden's presidency, but they're going to make it seem as if they were concerned, but just not concerned at the right times. So we're going to get into this, family. We're going to go ahead and let these people talk. Let them people tell on themselves. This is the whole concept of this broadcast here today. We're going to let people talk, and we're going to talk back to them. You know, you want to say, talk to me, I talk back. Shout out to all my players out in Oakland. You dig what I'm saying? So we're going to let them talk, and we're going to talk back. Let's get into it, shall we? Let's start out with the starting clip for Al Sharpton. Go ahead, Sharp. Whoop.
Welcome to a special edition. Good evening and welcome to a special edition of Politics Nation. Flashpoint. The Supreme Court's historic ruling on black congressional districts in Louisiana has fanned the flames of a fiery battle over voting rights in America. This week, the conservative John Roberts Supreme Court took a wrecking ball to the crown jewel of the civil rights movement, issuing a ruling demolished the final vestiges of the Voting Rights Act by invalidating many, if not all, black majority congressional districts in the American South. The ruling has poured gasoline on an already heated redistricting war, with Louisiana's governor suspending primaries that were already underway in order to draw a new map even more tilted in favor of Republicans. At minimum, the ruling is a new challenge for Democrats seeking to retake Congress and place guardrails on an out-of-control Trump presidency. At worst, the decision could mark the end to the second Reconstruction and a troubling regression for the country away from the civil rights milestones we fought so hard to achieve, and toward an uncertain future where we can no longer take basic fundamentals for granted. We've assembled an all-star lineup to look at this historic development from every angle tonight on a very special edition of Politics Nation.
Now, family, Al, or the Tootsie Roll Pop, formerly known as Al Sharpton, he said that this is his all-star lineup. His all-star lineup. Yvette Clarke, who openly said, hey, I need these illegals in my district for redistricting purposes. People are saying they don't want these illegals in their states. Well, I'm begging them to send them over here because, you know, I need them for redistricting purposes. That was Yvette Clarke. You got Troy Carter, who shares my last name, who's from the state in which my family is from, Louisiana, Shreveport, to be exact. We might be cousins. I don't know. But I do know this. He resides over the 2nd District in Louisiana. One of the most poorest districts in all of the state. Eric Holder, Obama's DOJ. Do we really need to go down the list? Don't worry, we will, but we'll wait until we get to Eric. We're gonna chop down Eric's whole talking points, all because he could have and he refused to on several occasions. So I don't need to hear anything out of Eric Holder when it comes down to civil rights, because he didn't uphold foundational Black American civil rights when he had the opportunity to himself. Oh yeah, Eric, you're in for one here today. And then you got Benny. Oh, Benny Thompson. Oh man, I wish I had somebody from Mississippi here today to tell everybody how they feel about this man. I should have called my cousin out there in Indianola, because Benny is one of those folks. Yeah, when it comes down to the come down, people would rather Benny keep his damn mouth shut than anything. But we're going to get into all of this since he got this all-star lineup. But notice who isn't on this lineup here that he's showing. But he did say he's supposed to be here. Hakeem Jeffries. He's not, quote unquote, an all-star. Hakeem, I think that you might be, I think people might be seeing through your crap even in your own party. Anyhow, let's get into it, shall we? Let's jump right on in. Let's go into, really, I want to talk about Troy more than anything, because Yvette Clarke, excuse me, that woman there, we already know how god dang upside down this woman is, especially when it comes to foundational Black Americans. This chick, quite literally, has taken her, I believe she's Jamaican, and made it her caucus, the Congressional Black Caucus, her caucus, which is the Immigrant Caucus, the Jamaican Caucus, the, I don't know, what do you call, Afrobeat Caucus. That's what we have today. But I want to talk about Troy, since it is my family's hometown, and I told my dad I was going to talk about him. And he said, yeah, get that man. I said, yeah, don't worry, Pops. We gonna get him. So let's go ahead, go on over here and get into what he had to say, shall we?
this landmark Supreme Court ruling. At the center of this landmark Supreme Court ruling, voters and civil rights groups have sued the state over Governor Jeff Landry's suspension of his House primaries this week. A move intended to give Republican state lawmakers time to redraw Louisiana's congressional map. We're joined now by one of the state's two Democratic congressmen, Representative Troy Carter. Congressman Carter, what have you been hearing from voters this week in response to the decision by your governor and following the Supreme Court's ruling on the state's voting map?
First of all, thank you for having me, Rev. The voters are concerned. They feel like the democracy is being literally ripped away from them. They've watched what happened with Calvin Duncan, an African-American who was duly elected to be clerk of criminal district court. And they watched legislation be passed and signed to eliminate his office after his election. They're now watching a Supreme Court that has eviscerated the Section 2 of the Supreme Court by the Supreme Court, Section 2 of our Voting Rights Act. And now they're watching insult to injury that this governor has elected to suspend our elections, even though the elections have started. People who are overseas have already cast their votes. Senior citizens have already cast their votes. Candidates have already spent millions of dollars in their races. These are quintessential examples of irreparable harm.
Okay, before we continue, I want to say this about that. The courts are most likely not going to allow them to put the election on pause. Because as he's stating, he is correct. People have already started casting their ballots. If they were going to put the election on hold, they would have had to do that before anyone casted a ballot. So they have already had early elections. They've already had people sending in their mail-in ballots. So 9 times out of the 10, the courts isn't going to allow it. The courts is going to force them to continue with the election process. And then if they want to redraw and redistrict, then they're going to have to wait until after the election. That's what my opinion on this situation is. That's what's supposed to happen. If it doesn't, then yeah, there's some foul play there. Absolutely. I'm not going to deny that. However, I just wanted to throw that in there. He isn't wrong when he said they already started voting. This is crazy. Louisiana should not have put a pause on anything. The governor should not have put a pause on anything after they already started their elections. So I do believe that that's going to get tossed and they're just going to have to continue with the elections. However, like I said, this is Trump's America. So you never know. You never know. Let's continue.
This is of an emergency that's being caused, and all under the auspices of an emergency. Well, this isn't a hurricane. This isn't a 9/11. This isn't a natural disaster in epic proportion. This is merely a partisan attempt to dilute the votes and the voting strength of African Americans. I'll remind you that it has been 150 years since John Maynard Willis was elected to the very seat that I hold. But he was never seated because there was a congressman that went to the floor of the House of Representatives and said, and I quote, "America is not ready for a Negro to serve in Congress." And summarily, they did not seat him. And here we are now.
That's the seat that you hold. And it took a lot of legislation. It took a lot of legislation and fights, including the 65 Voting Rights Act, that they just took the gut out of.
I and other members in Louisiana couldn't serve in Congress because unlike other parts of the world, in the South, it just doesn't happen.
Now, several Louisiana voters, along with civil and voting rights groups, have sued the state over Governor Landry's order, arguing it's beyond his authority under state law and could make the primary voting process more chaotic. Early voting in your state house primaries has already begun, as you said. How's this going to work?
Well, it's going to have massive confusion because now, assuming we've got several lawsuits that are pending and to suspend the suspension and allow the election to continue going, worst case scenario, that if that doesn't happen, if the courts don't side with us, then our elections will be pushed, in theory, I guess, to November. We will go back from what they've now created as a closed primary and go back to a jungle primary. And we have no clue if we will have one district or no district, if they're going to stand on the district that was considered unconstitutional, that my colleague and friend holds, Cleo Fields, or will they come after both of our seats and take us both out? Our position is very clear. African Americans comprise a third of the state. We have 6 members of Congress. We should have 2 members in our delegation. That's the position that we have. That's the position we'll continue to be. We're not going to let them throw us into a battle against each other. We're smarter than that. We're going to fight for 2 seats. We're going to fight for a democracy that looks like the people that live in it.
All right. I got to pause you there, buddy. I got to pause you. You're going to fight for democracy in the city. All right. Let's talk about your district, sir. Let's go here, shall we? All right. So this is the Food and Research Action Center. We're going to look into the poverty here. Louisiana District 2. Here we go. So the number of people living below poverty is 27.1%, 210, 533. That's just in your district. This is from 2017. So it could have been updated. It could have been updated. People below 185% of poverty is 46% in your district. Mr. Carter, Troy, what have you been doing in all the time that you have been in office while being the representative of this district? As I look at this, it reminds me of James Clyburn. You've been in office for all this time, but yet you have one of the poorest districts in the state. I don't get it. Oh, I do get it. You wasn't there to do anything. And now that your seat is in trouble, you're trying to put a sense of urgency onto the American people, on the foundational Black Americans, to be more specific. And it ain't really working because people can quite literally look around and say, well, what have any of you guys done for our neighborhoods as our representatives? I don't have to tell people this. I do not have to tell anybody how bad of a job you've been doing in Louisiana. All you got to do is ask people from Louisiana. It is that simple. In the very same way I say, you want to know about Kamala Harris? Go ahead and ask a Californian. You want to know about Troy Carter? Ask somebody from Louisiana. Miss D, Carter and Clyburns are 2 peas in the pod. You are absolutely correct, at least from my examination. Let's go here, shall we? Let's go here. Let's go here. This is the parish with the highest poverty in Louisiana. Let's go. Among the developed nations with similar advanced economies, the United States stands out for having especially high levels of income inequality. Though the U.S. ranks amongst the wealthiest countries in the world, more than 1 in every 10 American citizens live below the poverty line. Come on. I'm going to say more. 1 in every 10 American citizens live below the poverty line. And the problem is getting worse. Between 2020 and 2021, the most recent years of available data, the number of Americans living below the poverty line climbed from 38.4 million to 41.4 million. The 7.9% year-over-year increase was a break from the nearly decade-long trend of poverty reduction. I want to get here we go. We might as well go ahead and read it. The poverty line in the United States now stands at an annual income of $14,580 a year for an individual and $30,000 for a family of 4, with slightly higher thresholds in Alaska and Hawaii. The consequences of living on such low income are far-reaching and potentially devastating. Not potentially, it is devastating, but let's continue. Individuals living in poverty often struggle to afford basic needs, such as food, shelter, and health care. Additionally, the stress caused by persistent poverty can negatively impact mental health, leading to higher rates of depression, anxiety, disorder, and substance abuse. According to 5-year estimates from the U.S. Census Bureau, I got to say it like, the car wash from the wash, the Census Bureau, DJ Pooh. Anyway, I digress. American Community Surveys, East Coral Parish has the highest poverty rate of any parish in Louisiana. Estimated 47.3% of the local population live below the poverty line, compared to the 18.8% statewide poverty rate. What were you doing while you were there? What were you doing? What have you done sitting in that seat that you're trying to gather everybody to run to the polls so that you can keep? You see, what's happening here now, family, is people are going to have to defend their position. How long were you in that seat? What have you got done while you were in that seat? And if you haven't got nothing done, why should we keep you in that seat? This is what's going to be happening. This is what they're terrified of. This is what they're getting kicked in the butt over. They're completely butthurt because they know now they have to answer to people. Namely, the people that they were supposed to be representing in the first place. So when you say we're not going to go against each other, we're going to fight for 2 seats, this, that, and the third. Yeah, absolutely. Fight for those 2 seats. And that way people can take an audit on both of you, who actually did something and who didn't. And should you remain in the office that you're in? Let's go back over here now. Let's go ahead and take them back. Let's go.
Redrawing of lines for democracy that looks like the people that live in it. This midterm redrawing of lines is nothing more than a power grab, and it's un-American.
Now the Supreme Court.
Wait a second. Now the Democrats are concerned about what's un-American? You guys been running around talking about illegals or citizens, and they're your neighbors and all this other stuff. They're not American. They've been running around here waving all kind of foreign flags, setting American flags on fire, all kind of nonsense, and you want to talk to us about what's un-American? We're at war right now. And you got Democrats siding with Iran. And they're convincing the general public to side with Iran as well. Now, it's one thing to be against the war. Okay, fine and dandy. It's another thing to be against Donald Trump. Okay, fine and dandy. But when you are against your own damn country, when you're sitting here spewing anti-American rhetoric in order to uphold a country that gives no shit about you, yeah, that's completely un-American. You got a bunch of people running around here talking about, oh, Trump is in trouble now. You see those Lego videos? Oh, my God. Those Lego videos aren't being produced in goddamn Iran. They're being produced right here in America by a pro-Iran company. But it's not over there. It's over here. But Democrats are promoting that. They're promoting that propaganda. So I don't even want to hear no Democrat talk to me about what's American and what's un-American. Like I said, I don't have to like Donald Trump whatsoever. But our ancestors built this mother lover, and I refuse to let people who sit here and prey on the downfall of our country to talk to us about what's un-American and what isn't. My son is here. Our children is here. And they're trying to teach our children and the youth and the basic general population to go against everything American just because they don't like who sits in the seat in America. Not because of all the harms that America has done to us. Not because America refused to pay reparations. Not because it is well-meaning for us to not like what America is doing. No. All because they don't like who's sitting in that office. And I'm not one of those type of people that's going to hold back about this. Everybody out there in the general public that is running their mouths about the war over there, you have all right to do so. But when you start preaching and start teaching and start pushing anti-American propaganda, you have no right to come to any of us and talk to us about what's un-American. Ever. You need to go and sit in the damn corner and keep your damn mouth shut. It is that simple. Now, you can either hate or you can participate. Now, if you choose to hate, cool, go do it over there. But I'm a foundational Black American. Americans in the damn name. What the hell is wrong with you people? For the people who is accepting the propaganda. For the people who is pushing the propaganda. For the people who don't see the play that the Democrats have been doing. It is making you less and less American. That's what they've been trying to do to foundational Black Americans, is detach us from our Americanism. And right now, piece by piece, the Democrats is quite literally getting people in the general public to detach themselves from their birthright. And a lot of people can't see it. But I see it. And I know you all see it. Because you're intelligent like that. But there's a lot of folks, and this is why they're going after the youth. The youth is naive. The youth don't know anything. They haven't lived enough life to see anything. I remember when I was young and I thought I knew everything. And I was told by my father, my mother, my grandfather, my grandmother that you don't know a damn thing. The second you step out of this house and you have to live life, you will learn that you know absolutely nothing. The only thing that I do know now is that I know nothing. That's why it's important to grow. That's why it's important to study. That's why it's important to know your history and know who you are so that you can grow, so that you can learn, so that you can see the interests within your own people and not be putting on for everybody else but you. I seen a goddamn protest being put on by the Democratic Party with a bunch of high schoolers who ditched school to go and protest. Now, I want to talk to the parents for a second. If you allowed your children to do that, then you are the problem. If you allowed your child to skip school to go and protest against their own damn interest, you are the problem. Your children have something that their children don't have, that their children want, and that's why they're here. And that is the birthright to your citizenship. That is what it is. That's why they leave their countries and come here. That's why they try to box us out of every political office to get their people in there so that they can continue to cycle. This is un-American. This is un-American. Watching the people who built this country get pushed out of the way by a bunch of people who came here illegally. And the Democratic Party put them on their backs instead of us, when we the ones that kept you in office for over 60 years. Yeah, family, ain't nobody gonna talk to me about what's un-American when you're doing those type of things. Now, I will say this one last time because there will be some idiots in the back of the classroom who say, oh, you sound like MAGA. You just sound like you support Trump. No, I don't have to be MAGA. I don't have to be a supporter of Donald Trump. I am not. I'm not a supporter of the Republican Party. I'm not a supporter of the Democrat Party. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I am not a Donald Trump supporter. I am a foundational Black American with foundational Black American interests. American is in the damn name. And I'll be damned if people who sound like traitors want to tell us we're traitors for actually speaking up for our country. That is ridiculous. All the people that fought in every damn war to keep this country afloat, I'm going to disrespect them because I don't like Trump? You people sound buffoonish. You people sound buffoonish. Now, if you want to sound buffoonish, that's on you. Do it over there some damn where. Don't come in here talking to us. You never gave a damn then. Don't try to give a damn now that your seat is on the line. Sorry, not sorry. I went on a little tangent, but this needed to be said. There's way too many people out here acting as if when they leave America, they're going to go somewhere that's better than America. If that was the case, everybody wouldn't be fighting to get over to America. We fought to make America what it is. And yeah, there's a lot of work to still do, but guess what? We're not going to sit here and down our damn country to go and build up another one. when those very people in their country are traveling over here to come to what we've built and what we fought against and what we've been able to make people feel comfortable in. The goddamn nerve of these people. Continue.
Yes, followed.
Drawing of lines is nothing more than a power grab, and it's un-American.
Now, the Supreme Court's decision in the Callias followed decades of legal battles over black voter representation in Louisiana. And our show heavily covered the recent fight to get two majority black districts in a state where about 1 in 3 residents are black. What's the long-term impact of this on black Louisiana, Congressman?
The long-term impact is that Louisiana potentially will not have African-American representatives in.
Notice the words, potentially, may, and potentially. Let's continue.
Democrats. The long-term impact is that Louisiana potentially will not have African-American representatives in Congress and may not have Democrats representing the interest of the people of Louisiana. Going back to.
I gotta pause this, family. I gotta pause this because, you know, I answer this question every time I get it. Shout out to Zoo Tours in the building. Shout out, much love to you, Warrior family. Thank you for being here and thank you for this comment and allowing me to actually answer this concern. Our brother Zoo Tours, our sister, whichever one, says, I'm conflicted. If we as black do receive reparations, the last thing I want to do is put that money back into the U.S. economy, making these white folks richer. Now, I can understand your position on that. I do 100% fold. However, you don't have control over that. I don't have control over that. There's going to be some people that take their reparations money and they do great things with it. I'm sure people such as ourselves that are like-minded will link up and create new infrastructures, create new abilities to gain wealth, gain land, and all kinds of stuff. Well, land should be included anyway within the reparation. But my point is, there will be people that get together and do great things with their money. And then there will be some people that'll blow it all in Vegas on the weekend. Either way, I am not responsible for that. And neither are you. Nobody get to tell anybody what to do with the money that's owed to them. Can't nobody come knock on my door from down the street and say, hey, I heard that you got your little stimmy or whatnot. You know what? Don't you go and buy you a new car with that stimmy now. I'm going to tell them, get the hell off my lawn and close the door. Everybody that is owed have a decision to make. Whatever decision that they make, that's on them. I'm be 100% forward with you. I know what's going to happen when it comes to me. I can't tell you what's going to happen to everybody else. You know, and that's your right. Look, I might just take my family and move abroad. That's your right. If you want to do that, cool. I just can't do that. My blood is too tied to this land. I refuse to do that. Now, I might get me a second home somewhere. I don't know. However, my goal once reparations come about is to build here in America for foundational Black Americans. That's it. That's all. Infrastructure, banks, hospitals, schools. I want to do for our community with the funds that I receive, but I can't blame anybody who do whatever they choose to do with their funds. You know, somebody might want to say, you know, hey, I'll take all my money and I'm going to go purchase a whole damn bunch of a whole plot of land. And I'm going to sell these plots to nobody but foundational Black Americans so we can rebuild our foundational Black American cities. And then you might have somebody to say, hey, I'm going to buy all these Jordans and I'm going to go sell them on the street. Either way, it doesn't bother me whatever the choice is made. I know what the real ones are going to do. The people with intelligence, the people who understands the gravity of the situation at hand, versus people who are just going to go out and become poor again. Or I don't even want to say become poor again, but with the poor mind state. Let's put it like that, because who knows? However, family, we have to get past this whole thing about exactly. Our money, our choice. We got to get past this thing that we got to say so over where all reparations go. You can't do that. That is unlogical. And anybody who feel like they do have a say over everybody's reparations, you need to move far away from them. That's why a lot of people don't rock with ADOS anymore. Because Yvette Carnell thought that she could tell people, no, this is what reparations must be used for, and we can't just allow people to go out there. No, this is what's owed to them. Whatever they do with what's owed to them is exactly that. They done it. That was their decision. That's their choice to make. We have to keep that in mind for everybody. Now, if people are so concerned about what people will be doing with their reparations money, then maybe they should start hosting different events to teach people about how to build wealth off of wealth, or how to maintain the wealth once receiving it, or how to come together with certain people in order to build something new. These are things that you can do on your own if you're concerned about the way people are going to be spending the money. But still, even when doing that, at the end of the day, you can't control if they walk out of that classroom and say, hey, I'm still going to go buy me a Bugatti, and god dang it, and that's just that. I've always wanted a Bugatti. I'm going to go get me a Bugatti. Well, you can't control what that person go and do. Let them get that Bugatti, and if something happens, they'll have to live in it. We are a species that gets to make our own decisions. That's what free will is. And if you take away somebody's free will because you don't like what may happen, then you just became the very devil that we fight every single day. But shout out to you, my good family. Zoo, much love to you. I know that wasn't no ill will question or nothing like that. I know that you were just being honest because you are a regular here. So I know you ain't on no bull stuff. So I just wanted to give that bit of information because we're getting closer. We're getting closer and closer and closer by the day. And the only way to make sure you're not driving yourself insane, because that's what will end up happening. If you sit here and try to police how people spend their money, you're going to drive yourself insane because you're going to always be asking the same questions. Well, why don't they do this? Why don't they do this? Why don't they do this? Don't worry about it. Let those who are builders build, and let the others stimulate the economy. At the end of the day, we'll be paid. I know it's stressful, my brother. I know it is stressful. Trust me when I say, but this is the thing about politics. You cannot overly stress yourself about people's decisions because politics will aid you. Hell, politics made Obama go from looking like he was in his late or early 30s to him being in his late 60s. Within 4 years. He didn't even get the full 12 years yet. Within 4 years, he was already graying the hell out. So you have to understand, in politics, all you can do is bring the information and hope that that seed that you drop get watered. But you'll know if the seed gets watered because you'll see the fruit that it bears. Looking like a full-grown Hamite. You ain't lying. And everybody was confused too. It was like, wait a second, that's not Obama. That can't be Obama. He was looking like the young man of the crowd. Like he was the young, hip, cool guy of the Democratic Party. Yeah, that changed up real damn quick. And not because he was stressing over us. Let me be very clear about that. He didn't turn out looking like that because he was stressing over us. Nah, he was stressing over everybody else. So good riddance. Now, let's let him continue, shall we?
Atmosphere where we will have no representation. And this notion that the Supreme Court will allow gerrymandering along partisan lines, but will disallow the ability for people who have been prejudiced and to demonstrate that there has been racial discrimination in maps, and this narrow definition that we have to prove, the burden of proof becomes ours. We have to prove that we've been discriminated against. That's like the jelly bean jar during when we couldn't vote during Jim Crow. How many jelly beans are in this jar? You cannot empirically prove that there's been discrimination because those who do are very crafty in how they do it.
All right, I'm going to have to hold it there. Thank you so much, Congressman Troy Carter. And tomorrow we will have on our show another Louisiana representative, the other black representing one of the districts now under severe threat, Democrat Congressman Cleo Fields of Louisiana.
And there, Al Sharpton has just proved why I don't like to call my broadcast a show. I call it a program or I call it a broadcast because everybody got a show. I remember Jason Black said that. God dang, Steve Harvey got a show. Al Sharpton got a show. It's all for entertainment purposes or fear-mongering purposes. But with these programs that we put on, with this broadcast and every broadcast that we do in the new black media, we're doing it in order to educate, in order to make sure that people know what's going on and understand the people who are around them. So, yeah, he just proved that. But back to Troy. Troy, I want to say this to you personally. In case you ever come across this, in case anybody ever send this to your Facebook, put this on your wall. Troy, if you were getting things done for your constituents, you wouldn't be the one out there screaming from the mountaintops. It would be your constituents out there screaming from the mountaintops about how they're going to be affected in this situation because the one person that's been doing things for them might get redistricted or his seat might be eliminated. But I ain't heard nobody out of Louisiana going crazy yet, especially from District 2. I'm just saying. And if I was Goku, I'd be Super Saiyan. Let me get to some of these super chats over here real quick. Shout out to Dominique. Much love to you and thank you for being here and thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold. Now I appreciate your contribution as always. Preach, church. Oh, I'm trying my hardest to make sure I don't overpreach because God dang it. When it comes down to our children and our ancestors, those are two things that will round me the hell up with the quickness. Much love to you. A B1 salute once again. The fella speaks. Much love to you and thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contribution as always, family. Al Sharpton is a known federal informant, yet he still has a voice in the black community. Not with any of the real ones. This is what Dr. Claude Anderson calls inappropriate behavior from black people, like voting for Kamami. And you are absolutely right. And shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson, one of the fathers of delineation. if not the father of delineation, or the grandfather. Really, he would be the grandfather of delineation. Yeah, shout out to the grandfather of delineation. All right. Let me also go here. Shout out to our good brother William Aaron in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. And thank you for being a member for a year, 12 months strong, family. Much love to you. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate all your contributions, my warrior brother. To our brother Zoo, our sister Zoo. We can function as a nation within a white supremacist nation and become BRICS aligned while doing our own thing and leave America. Choice is yours. Or excuse me, or leave America. Choice is yours. And honestly, family, you're absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct, because here's the thing. Here's the thing. We've always been basically a nation within a nation up until recently. That is 100% facts. And that's why they did us in the way they've been doing us, flooding our goddamn communities, bombing our communities, burning down our community, putting freeways through our community, running railroads through our communities, rioting through our communities. This is why they did all of this, because we have always been a community within a nation. We have been a nation within a nation. And they know this. So whenever our nation is doing better than the nation, all hell got to break loose. Real beings. Shout out to our good brother William Aaron. Once again, the politicos all saw this coming. Yet they stood there like a deer in the headlights. Too stupid to move. No pity. That... Shout out to William for that last part there too. Too stupid to move. Oh man, I never thought a deer in the headlights was too stupid to move, but god dang it, the way you say that I gotta agree with you. Just too stupid to move. I thought they were just shocked, too shocked. The lights is getting on them, you know what I mean? But I guess you're absolutely correct. I cannot go against that, my warrior brother. Shout out to you for that. Oh, man. Shout out to our good brother Melrose in the building. Shout out. As well as our sister Rosalind in the building. As well as our brother Damon Reeves in the building. Shout out to all of you. Thank you for being here. Yaya in the building. Yaya. You already know my sister. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. As well as Robert Platinum in the building. Much love to you. And our sister Val Hawkins in the building. Shout out to our brother Ramses, the FBA, as well in the building. Got to show love. All right. Oh, shout out to Ishtar too. Shout out to you in the building as well. Much love to you. Much love to Ishtar. This is the special education crew, huh? Dr. Claude Anderson don't know that black is defined as when one is defamed in public and given the dark past in criminal history. All right. So we got one of those Moorish type guys here, huh? Check this out, man. Check this out. And I'm going to say this one time only. Dr. Claude Anderson has done more for foundational Black Americans than you can ever do. In the little bit of time that he was working in government, he has done more than you could ever do. So you can never speak up on a Dr. Claude Anderson, sir. Go into court. Go into court using your more goddamn talking points. And I'm going to tell you from experience, I've watched it. I've watched you people get locked the hell up because you think you know too much. I've watched you go into court talking about your little surety bonds and things like that, and a judge put your ass right up in jail. I've watched your people go up in court trying to talk to the judge as if he doesn't sit over him, and the judge locked their ass right on up. There are Moors right now locked the hell up because you try to use that nonsense that you're speaking right now. So go ahead. You can continue your Black Law Dictionary bull crap, But when you get into the actual courtroom and the procedure hits your ass, yeah, I don't think you need to be talking to anybody. All right? I think that you need to sit down and shut up, because you probably most likely you don't know a damn thing. Now, to the gulag with you. To the gulag. All right, family. My apologies. I digressed there. All right, my sister, we ain't got that much time, so I'm not going to waste no time on these folks. I'm not going to waste no time, but I did want to let these people know. You're not talking to somebody who's unaware of who these people are. Why? Because I studied a lot of Moorish writings. I studied a lot of Moorish history. Shoot, for a while, I was going to go into the Moorish Science Temple and become one of those Moors there until I actually looked at the situation, until I actually started going into these court cases and paying attention. What they're working on is not what America works off of. But they damn sure try to tell you that, yeah, if you do it this way, you do it this way, the way you're doing it is not working out for the Moors. So if I was you, I'd just leave us alone. Y'all stay over there and do what you do as Moors. And I don't have a problem with you calling yourself a Moor. I don't have a problem with anybody who identify as a Moor. But you're not going to come into my spaces. You're not going to come over here talking to me about what will behoove us, what wouldn't behoove us. I've done extensive studies. I've given away more Moorish books than I can count. I have a whole library called the Melanated Library that I used to send people for free, with thousands of PDFs of books, Moorish books, Masonic books, god dang occultics books, history books. You're not talking to somebody who is unaware. So if you want to be a Moor, that's all gravy. The more you know, it's all good. But you ain't about to come over here and just be reckless in any of my space. You got the game messed up. Take that back over there to the Moorish station. Go talk to Mr. Bay about that. But we're back. Let's get back to the subject at hand, family. See, that's what disruptors do. They come in and they disrupt. It is what it is, though. But I do want people to know, hey, those folks don't know exactly what they're talking about. So don't go into those courtrooms using the talking points that they tell you to use. I promise you, it will not work out well for you. Now, let's get back over here, because this unsalted M&M over here, she has some things to say. Ayanna Presley, the tether, with another tether, the Killmonger Dove chick who's been working with the goddamn African Union to try to funnel our resources over there to them. Let's see what they have to say, shall we?
We're going to litigate, legislate, agitate, organize, and mobilize for our full rights and citizenship. And we are going to force a vote, Congressional Black Caucus. We will force a House vote on the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. These folks across the aisle, Rev, they quote John Lewis all the time. They quote Dr. King all the time. And they work actively to degrade their legacy and their work by trying to erase Black history, to erase Black voters, to erase Black progress, to erase Black people. But you cannot erase us.
Ayanna, I didn't want to have to do this, but I gotta do it.
Nigga, please.
Where were you guys to advance the John Lewis Voting Rights Act when you had the House, when you had the Senate, when Biden was the president of these United States of America? You see, it's easy to talk tough when you ain't got the position of power. It is easy to sound all rowdy Piper style when you've been kicked out of the seat, when you don't have the numbers. Yeah, see, you're trying to rile people up to make them believe that that's going to be your high priority, but it should have already been your high priority because the Shelby case happened in 2013 while Barack Obama was still the sitting president. You guys did absolutely nothing. Joe Biden gets into office, you get the House, you get the Senate, you guys do absolutely nothing. So now we're supposed to believe that it won't be more of the same? I would much rather believe that I can use your forehead as a bullet. I can just shine it up, put it in one of the chambers, click, click, pow! But to believe that you guys are going to legislate, you're going to appropriate, you're going to get down and dirty with the law so that you can get the John Lewis Voting Rights Act passed. When you didn't have to do any of that a few years ago, you could have just passed it. Oh, but you're saying, I get it. You're saying, let me cook. Hold on, Damon. Let me cook. You're saying that we should just trust you. I get it. You're saying, just trust me, bro. This is what we plan to do. Then why don't you do it right now? I mean, you guys was able to get TPS, temporary TPS passed under a Republican-led House of Representatives. Why aren't you trying to do it right now? Why are you blabbing your mouth about trying to do it after you get elected or reelected or whatever the situation may have you? These are simple questions. Very simple questions. If I ever supported reparations, I'm going to be a reparations dictator. I don't know how. You ain't got no power over anybody. Like, people be saying the wildest shit without taking logic into accountability, without taking in any type of real thinking. There's no real thinking going on with these people, I guess. No matter how much you want to dictate to anybody, don't nobody got to listen to your dictation. You're not the mother of anybody. You're not the father of anybody. And even if you were, you still wouldn't be able to tell them people what to do with their money. I mean, you guys, you troll, but your troll is just stupid. If you're going to troll, be funny. Matter of fact, all my mods, if they're trolling in the room, if I address them, once I'm done addressing them, please get rid of them. If they're funny, in the words of our good brother Dewan B, if they're funny, you can let them stay. I enjoy a laugh. No problem. They ain't funny. Get their ass up out of here. Quick shot and in a hurry. You guys ain't got nothing else to do but sit here and worry about whether or not we get reparations. And if we get reparations, now you want to be the person who tells people what to do with reparations. I'm going to be honest with you, family. If you're talking to anybody about your reparations money, if it is not a financial advisor, then it is not going to behoove you. That simple. Now let's get on with the program, shall we? Let's get over here to Eric Holder. I don't even want to wait any longer. Let's go ahead and get over here to Eric Holder, because Eric has some interesting things he had to say. Let's go.
Welcome back to Politics Nation on MS Now. On Monday, the nation will honor the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. at a time when the civil rights he fought and died for seem under more threat than at perhaps any moment since Dr. King's assassination nearly 60 years ago. Joining me now to discuss this and more is a distinguished guest, Eric Holder, former U.S. Attorney General.
Family, this man just called this man a distinguished guest. What the hell makes this tether distinguished? Can anybody tell me? I'll give $100 right now to anybody that can tell me what makes this man distinguished.
Under President Barack Obama. Mr. Holder, we appreciate you joining us tonight. I want to start with Minneapolis. The legal argument coming from the administration right now seems to be that local politicians, like Governor Walz and Mayor Frey, are conspiring to obstruct federal immigration enforcement efforts, and that public resistance is a form of domestic terrorism against a duly elected president who has the constitutional authority to do what he's doing. Having led the Justice Department for more than 6 years, does that argument hold up?
That argument is absurd. Our Constitution talks about the right to assemble. That is a First Amendment right. The ability of people to protest government practices is something that you see throughout our history. The notion that somehow you would go after the governor and the mayor for doing something that is political speech and, again, protected by the First Amendment is just crazy. And it's really in stark contrast to the fact that this administration, this Justice Department, say that they don't have the ability, or there's nothing to look at with regard to the shooting of Renee Good. So they're not going to investigate that, but they are going to investigate the mayor and the governor in a way that is patently unconstitutional.
Eric, I know you did not bring up Renee Good and Alex Petty. I know for a damn certain you didn't bring up Renee Good and Alex Petty. Oh, hell no. Hell to the no. Eric, Mr. Holder, need I remind you, Trayvon Martin, 2012. Who sat over the DOJ? Oh, yeah, that's right. It was you. Did you investigate? Did you even take up the case with George Zimmerman? No, you didn't. Michael Brown, 2014. Did you bring charges against Darren Wilson? No, you didn't. But you want to talk about Renee and Alex? Eric Gardner, 2014. Did you go after Daniel Patalio, whatever the hell his last name is? No, you didn't. John Crawford, 2014. Did you go after Sean Williams? No, you didn't. Tamir Rice, 2014. Tamir Rice. Did you go after any of the officers? Whether Timothy Loman or Frank Garmbach. Did you go after them and hold them accountable for what they did to our little brother? No, you did not. You got your damn tether ass nerve to be sitting there talking about some white woman who gave up her life to protect illegals, who used her vehicle to run over police officers or ICE officers. You didn't at all say nothing when it came down to people who were completely innocent. You did nothing. You said nothing. You were nothing. But this is distinguished? Now you want to come talk to us about people who was quite literally trying to protect people who wasn't from the country and who was breaking the law to do it? Yeah, sir, I think you should shut your tethered damn mouth up. Like I said, let them tell on themselves. Let them expose who the hell they are. Because while you're sitting there trying to demonize the Republicans by saying what you just said, you just put yourself in the magnifying glass. Under the magnifying glass. Under the microscope. In order to find anything that you have ever done, not just you, but Barack Obama's party, his cabinet, not just you, goddamn Joe Biden's cabinet, to find anything that you guys have ever done for us, it would take a high-powered telescope capable of seeing galaxies beyond galaxies. And we still wouldn't find a damn thing. How goddamn dare you? Let's continue.
Now, Trump has repeatedly threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act in Democrat-led cities that resisted his agenda, using as a kind of ultimate weapon for dealing with domestic unrest. Following incidents this week in Minneapolis, the president has repeated that threat in Minnesota. What would the act actually allow Trump to do, and just how far would it allow the administration to go?
Well, if the act were legitimately used, it means that you could use troops to actually do police-related activities to maintain order in a city. But generally, what you have to show in order to invoke the Insurrection Act is that local law enforcement doesn't have the capacity to maintain order. And I would say that the reason that you don't have order in Minnesota or in Minneapolis, to the extent that you can make that argument, is because of the conduct that we have seen by people who work for the federal government, and specifically those who work for ICE. The citizens of the state, the citizens of Minneapolis, are simply out on the streets and protesting, using their phones to record that which they think is inappropriate. And we have seen these videos where people working for ICE are breaking windows on cars, snatching people out of cars, kicking people when they were down on the ground. So it doesn't seem to me that there's any basis for the invocation of the Insurrection Act. We need better conduct on the part of those who represent this administration through ICE.
Eric, wasn't you guys putting illegal children in cages? That was Obama, right? Obama built the cages. You guys were putting them in cages. What are you talking about, sir? Under Barack Obama, you guys deported more illegals than any president in U.S. history. Tom Homan worked for you guys then. Y'all didn't have a problem. All of a sudden, now there's a problem? Exactly, Miss D. 200 plus children. And I ain't gonna lie, that was one of the major punch to the guts. That was one major punch to the guts that Hillary Clinton got on that debate stage when she was talking about Donald Trump was putting children in cages, and he said Obama built the cages. These people act like, and this is what I say, they want you to have a very short memory. They depend on it. Because they come back after a few years later and act as if they have always been the morality of the country. Gotta tell you, I play this all the time. Play it again.
But the axe forgets, the tree remembers. You can't have a short memory and be black. You open yourself up for attack. You got to have a long memory because you're singing a long song. Y'all feel me? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you do.
Shout out to Wendell Withers Much love to you for your PayPal donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions, family. Much love to you, family. Let's continue. I'm trying to get through it. Let's go.
Immigration enforcement and National Guard deployments have put troops at odds with several state governments. In Congress, even some members of Trump's party are breaking with him over a war powers resolution for Venezuela. And then you have the Supreme Court's pending ruling on Trump's tariffs, which could trigger another fight for Trump with a competing branch of government. How do all these conflicts define?
Hold on. Because something else just popped into my mind, and you know how the Most High works. The Most High will use me to speak about things that need to be spoken about. It takes me back. We're going to go back a little bit to when Eric Holder was talking about Renee Young and all this other stuff, the atrocities of the government, this, that, and the third. Flint, Michigan is still without water. Flint, Michigan is still without clean drinking water. That happened under your presidency. Not yours, because you wasn't president, but you were in the DOJ. And you did not go and prosecute none of the people who was involved in it. Not none. Y'all didn't even want to give any funds to it. Y'all didn't give any funds to Michigan until a few years later when people started holding your freaking, when we, the black grassroots, was holding your feet to the fire. Then all of a sudden Obama want to give a few millions, but not enough to fix the problem. And y'all know what y'all did? And see, family, this is another great reason right here. Let me pull this up. Hold on. Give me 1 second. This is another reason right here why you do not allow your children to be used by these goddamn devils on either side. Don't let your children be used by the Republicans. Don't let your children be used by the Democrats. Because this young lady, y'all remember this young lady? Y'all remember this young lady? Little Miss Flint? Y'all remember this young lady? Every year she would be holding a sign saying Flint is still without clean water. You know how they shut her up? By making her famous, by putting her face everywhere. But God dang it, they gave her an award at one point in time. Hold on, let me see if I can find that. This is what they were doing in order to mitigate all of her activisms. In order to downplay, to shut down her activism, they gave her the spotlight. And by giving her the spotlight, let me see if I can find that. There we go. Gave her an award and everything. Let's go here. Gave her an award and everything. And you ain't really heard nothing from her since. She ain't really been standing on the business of Flint since. So this is important. When I say, do not allow your children to be used by these people, because they will elevate one child while the rest of the children are still over there in Flint drinking lead, getting sick. And I'm not even going hard. I'm not going to go hard on this young lady. She's only 18 years old now, but they've been grooming this child since she was 8. They've been grooming this child since she was 8. Oh, well, she's speaking out against us and she's a child? Well, bring her to the White House and let her meet the black president. We're going to give some notoriety to her. Put the spotlight on her. You know what, Patricia? That is a fantastic question. I do not have an answer to that. Is she FBA? I want to say I assume so, but I don't like to assume, because when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me. Well, I make an ass out of you and me. So I'm not going to say she's FBA, but I am going to say that she may be. She may not be, to be honest with you. But thank you for that comment, my sister, because that is a good question. But that's my point. Shout out to this comment right here. Shout out, Dale. Much love to you. Flint water crisis has been over 14 years. 14 years. But people such as this think they can talk to us about what's more moral or not in this damn country. What should be happening when they didn't do anything that they were supposed to be doing while they were in office. And I agree with you, my brother. 18 years old is old enough, but 18 years old is old enough to start learning on your own. That's why I said I'm not going to hold her down too much on this situation right now, because of the fact that they started grooming her when she was 8 years old. They went right for the gumpstum. They knew exactly what to do. Grab her, put her parents, and put her around the president of the United States, and then make some promise that you're going to do something, and then it takes years for you to do it because of pushback. Yeah, that type of stuff, it needs to be seen. And I do know that at this point in time, she does defend Obama. There's been several times that I've had a conversation with her on X, and she has defended Obama, saying that he did give some sort of funding. I said, after we held his feet to the fire. So now I know that she is kind of shilling, but hopefully she can get pulled out of that faster than quicker than the quickness of light, because she needs to learn exactly what happened to her hometown. She needs to learn what happened to her people was a direct result of them. Let me get to some of these super chats real quick. A B1 salute to our good brother Antithesis in the building. Much love to you, my warrior brother, and thank you for being here as always. And also a B1 salute to my sister TT. Shout out to you and thank you for your Cash App. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And thank you all for your contribution as always. All of your donations have been blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, family. Much love. Now, let's get over here, family. Let's get over here, like I said, because these are the people. He want to talk about morality and talk about things, especially the voting situation when it comes to foundational Black or Black Americans in general. Let me pull this down for a hot second. We got to go here because I mentioned this last broadcast. What's going on out there in LA? How these folks are trying to give illegals the right to vote, knowing that that will take away our vote. For every illegal that has the power to vote, for every one vote, it cancels out a citizen who is legal to vote. And nobody is saying nothing about that. Al Sharpton ain't saying nothing about it. Al Green ain't saying nothing about it. Newscomb ain't saying nothing about it. Karen Boss ain't saying nothing about it. None of these people are saying anything about the fact that California is trying to take away the right of voters by giving the right to vote to non-citizens. No one's saying nothing. And nobody's equating the two. What's the difference between that and what you guys are claiming may be a result of the Supreme Court decision? Let's get into it.
This is a simple issue of fairness.
LA City Council member Hugo Soto Martinez speaking out Thursday about his new proposal to allow non-citizen voting in local elections.
I believe they deserve a voice in the city they helped build.
This coming one.
Nigga, what? No. See, I couldn't even use the drop on that one. I had to say it my own self with my own chest. Nigga, what? Ain't no damn illegal help build Los Angeles. Los Angeles was built off the backs of foundational Black Americans. These people quite literally broke into the country and started benefiting off of what my ancestors built. What you mean help build Los Angeles? If they helped build Los Angeles, wouldn't they be citizens? Let me ask that again. And I see it in the chat. I see it in the chat, family. I oblige. I must oblige.
Send in the clowns.
If these people helped build Los Angeles, wouldn't they be Los Angeles citizens? Not only that, wouldn't they be United States citizens? What the hell is this dude talking about? Where are you at, Al Sharpton, on this? Where are the rest of the Democrats, the Demorats, on this? Scamming ass Latinos. You are absolutely right. God dang. Shout out to our brother MPC in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. How many of those illegals who built this country fought in the Civil War? Oh, I can answer that question. A zero. A zero. Shout out to A. Jones in the building, as well as Only Us and Mike and 13 Mike Travels. Much love to all of you, and thank you for being here. Let's continue.
Day after he proposed the change in the city's charter, sparking support and criticism.
I'm not sure. I mean, I realize in local elections they are affected by the vote. I do think that voting is an aspect of citizenship.
Voters in North Hollywood with differing opinions on what could be something to vote on come November.
Honestly, I feel like it should definitely happen. I mean, I don't really see a problem with that.
Said somebody who might quite literally be an illegal. This is my point. You guys are talking to people who shouldn't be in the country, asking them if they should be able to vote in the country. Or somebody who's descended from somebody who shouldn't have been in the country, but you're asking them if they should be able to vote in the country. Y'all got the game messed up. Y'all got the game 100% messed up. Shout out to Empress Latesse in the building, as well as our good sister FBA Coco and FBA Queen in the building. Much love to all of you. Much love, and thank you all for being here, as well as our good brother Och in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. If California was still a part of Mexico, they would flee from there. Family? Family. Godly. That was a mic drop if I ain't ever put a mic drop on it. And I'm also throw this there too. Yes, family, that is a kicker right there. That is a kicker. But the cold part about it is you're telling the absolute facts. You're telling the absolute facts. And these people are running around talking about they deserve reparations now. Yeah, they deserve reparations because California and Arizona and Texas used to be a part of Mexico. Negating the fact that they sold California, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas to the United States of America. Two, California and Texas during the Treaty of Guadalupe, $15 million, and then another $10 million for goddamn Arizona and New Mexico. You've been compensated. But anyway, I digress. Let's continue.
If people had been living in a place and contributing to whatever was going on there for a number of years, absolutely, why wouldn't they want to stay in that situation?
And that is the premise behind the new proposal, allowing voting in local elections like city council or the school board.
Non-citizen suffrage or voting actually used to exist in this country prior to 1926.
That is false. That is false. There was no non-citizen voting before 1926 because it's unconstitutional. On every level, it's unconstitutional. On a federal level, it's unconstitutional. On a state level, it's unconstitutional. On a local level. So if there was non-citizen voting going on, it was shut down because it's unconstitutional. Boy, these people just say anything nowadays, don't they?
Angelica Salas is the executive director of CHRLA. She says non-citizen voting already takes place in San Francisco and other states like Vermont and Maryland.
Close to 40% of the city of Los Angeles is composed by immigrants. Not all of them.
And whose fault is that? God dang it. Oh, I knew this was going to throw me for one today. I knew this was going to throw me one for today because, God dang it, it is the Democratic Party in Los Angeles, California, and not just Los Angeles, but all throughout California that is quite literally pushing every foundational Black American out of California using gentrification. So while on one hand, they're over here talking about the Supreme Court's case nullifying Black Americans' votes, but the real nullification of Black Americans has been happening in these blue goddamn states for a long damn time. You gentrify our damn towns, bring in these Latinos and these illegals, push us out of the areas by making everything way more expensive and then giving them programs in order to pay for the price hike that you guys just implemented or that you implement. And then after foundational Black Americans are pushed out of these cities, then you want to say, well, the city is majority Latino. They have a right to have a say what happens in this city. Hell no. This was the plan from the get-go. Don't talk to me about this voters' rights when you guys are eliminating the votes by practicing your gerrymandering, by practicing your redistricting in California, your New Yorks, your Illinois, and every other Democratic goddamn state. By allowing the illegals to vote, or trying to allow them to vote. Don't talk to me about voters' rights because this is exactly what you guys are trying to nullify while doing all of these things to us. And as our sister Cooking with Ms. D says, immigrants have no rights unless they have citizenship. But yet the people with citizenship, you guys are quite literally working against to get us out of these populations, to bring in these people, to then say these people should have a say in the population that you pushed us out of. You got the game messed up. And anybody running their damn mouths talking about they should have a say in anything got the game messed up. Let that bastard live in your house and have a say. But when it comes to us, it's a hell no. Shout out to Black RU. 99.9% immigrants do not. Absolutely. California is a sanctuary state. These a whole a-holes are evil as fuck. And you are not lying. You ain't being hyperbolic, nothing. That is facts. Shout out to our sister, Makiba Anderson in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, as well as I'm sorry, family. I'm sorry. I had a text message here. As well as who do we got here? The real one, the real one, you dig? We could go to Cuba and have a say as Black Americans. No, we can't. We can't go to Cuba and have a say as Black Americans. That's not true at all. Don't go peddling that now. That is not true at all. You are not going over to Cuba to have a say. Shout out to Cuba, but yeah, they don't do that. They do not do that. Oh, yeah. Okay. You can't have a say. You're right. You're right, family. That's all I'm saying. Let's just make sure we got that clear. You know what I mean? Shout out to you, family. Shout out to you. At all. That's right. We can't have a say in anything they do at all. I can't go to Mexico and have a say in what they do at all. Whatsoever. Let's continue, family.
Are naturalized citizens that can now cast a vote. The majority, in fact, are individuals who are green card holders.
Yeah, my sister, I heard, and I guarantee you that'll be the nail in the coffin for that fool. Let that fool do whatever he want to do. That'll be the nail in the coffin. 100% fold.
Refugees, DACA holders, people with temporary protected status.
But other organizations say it's not right. The Federation of American Immigration Reform issued a statement saying in part,
hold on now. Now, this is the Federation for American Immigration Reform saying this. Let's hear what they had to say.
voting is a right and privilege of citizenship, and extending it to people who have not yet become citizens or who are here illegally renders citizenship meaningless.
Where are the Democrats on this? How many black votes will be eliminated because of this? How many black votes will be eliminated because of this? Matter of fact, let's ask a deeper question. How many black people was gentrified out of their city for them to come up with this? Dr. Matthews was caping for Latinos last week. Yeah, I seen that too. As a matter of fact, I got that coming up in another broadcast. I already got that set up. You know, I got these set up weeks in advance sometimes. And yeah, I got a broadcast that I'm going to be doing later on in the week that talks about it. Don't worry. Don't you worry. We're definitely going to speak about that and the situation with her going over there in Houston and dealing with the Indian dude for making the black kid poop outside in the back and then recording it and showing it to everybody. I kind of feel like, and I don't want to say that that was manufactured, but I do want to say that the way that they responded, I kind of feel like she's gearing up to run for something. I do. I kind of feel like she's really gearing up to run for something. She's popping up. She popped up with the Ashley Gonzalez situation. She popped up with some goddamn Mexicans talking about their being mistreated and all this other stuff. And then this situation happened with the kid in Houston. So like I'm not saying that it's fake. I'm just saying that there's a lot of situations that, yeah, it got me feeling, and the pit of my stomach is never wrong. It is never wrong when it comes to these type of things. So yeah, we're going to talk about that. We're going to do it in a later broadcast though. Thank you for bringing that up because you're absolutely correct. Shout out to our sister Sean C in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, my sister. Most of the Democrats all got their dual citizenships. You are not lying. You are not lying. And that is another thing that needs to be removed. You should not be able to represent anybody if you are a dual citizen. That means you have dual allegiances. I'm going to be 100% honest. We're going to fix this country. We got to do it in the right way. And allowing people who have citizenship outside of America to speak inside of America as a representative, that is un-American. That is unconstitutional in my eyes. Let's continue here.
A point polarized in the current political climate, making many wonder if the timing may not be right for change.
I really haven't made up my mind.
But this proposal obviously still has a long way to go. Right now, it's being discussed in committee. It will need to be voted on by the city council by the end of June before appearing on your ballot come November. From North Hollywood, I'm Joy Benedict, CBS LA.
To all my Republicans out in California, this is the call to you. To all my Republicans out there in California, this is your time. If this gets passed through the city council, if it gets passed and put on the mayor's desk, well, actually not the mayor's desk because it's going to be on the ballot to be voted for, I'm going to need you Republicans to go and start a lawsuit, take it to court, and make sure that the judge tossed this out due to the grounds of it being unconstitutional. And if your California judge does not do it, you file an appeal. And if that Supreme Court in California does not do it, you file another appeal. And you get that to the goddamn Supreme Court of the United States of America, and it's going to be guaranteed struck down. Because it is unconstitutional and it will dilute citizen voting. Not just Black Americans, but all Americans within California. So you got action. Calling all Republicans in California. This needs to be done. And I'm sure it will be because, you know, right now, California ain't looking too good for Democrats, especially in that governor's race. Especially in that governor's race. But let me say this to my folks in California, too. The Riverside sheriff who's running to become a governor, I forget his name. I just want you all to remember how crooked the Riverside Sheriff's Department is, how racist the Riverside Sheriff's Department is. Remember, Robert Presley Jail. And not just that, Southwest Jail and how they operated. Yeah, you know how they call it the war zone? Because the sheriffs actually look over the inmates instead of COs. And the sheriffs, they're quite literally pop the doors in the dormitories to set off riots any time they want to. Chad Blanco, thank you very much, my good brother. Thank you, my brother William. Chad Blanco, Bianco, excuse me, whatever. I want you to know, don't just think that that man is good for the job because he was a sheriff. No. Check out that man's rap sheet. Check out his profile. Check out the rap sheet of not of everybody in the sheriff's office. Just check out the rap sheet of the sheriff's office. Check out the rap sheet of Southwest Prison. Now, am I against them? Yeah, but no, not really. I'm just giving you guys information on the dude. And the other guy used to work for, I believe, he's a anchor man for some reason, whatever. Anyway, I digress. Those two right now at the top of the ticket. So make a choice. Make it your best choice too. Yeah, Steve Hilton. But I believe Steve Hilton, he was a news anchor. I believe he's a news anchor. I'm talking about Chad, excuse me. Because I lived in Riverside. Well, the county. I lived in Banning at one point in time. I lived in Beaumont at one point in time, and I lived in Hemet, California at one point in time, and they're all Riverside County. So I don't know how many votes he's going to get out of that county in itself, but we know how crooked the Riverside County sheriffs are. And the Riverside PD. Don't get it confused. Oh, yeah. A lot of Latinos was running Riverside like LAPD. Yep. Inside, and especially at the war zone. Oh, they run these county jails. These are county jails. They run them like penitentiaries. So my point was this with Steve. I mean, not Steve. Not Steve. What's the dude's name again? Chad. My point with Chad was if he wins, he's going to be running California the same way that the sheriff's department runs the war zone over there in Temecula. Southwest Prison. Look that up. Anyway, I digress. With all this going on, Al ain't talking about any of that happening in California at all, and nobody is talking about any of that that's happening in California at all. Where is Al? You think Al is on his good foot trying to work for Foundation of Black Americans? Not at all. You know, Al is too busy. You know where Al was too busy or what he was too busy doing? He was too busy trying to get into the Met Gala. Reverend Al Sharpton talks Bezos, Beyonce, and his unapologetic fashion sense at the Met Gala. Well, what is happening there? What Met Gala situations are we speaking about here? Well, the Met Gala situation is Jeff Bezos decided to sponsor the Met Gala, and people were boycotting the Met Gala due to them basically appropriating Black culture last year with the Black dandyism or whatever. So this time around, they brought in Beyonce to sit on the board, and who else? Venus Williams, Serena's sister. So here, instead of boycotting it, because Mandami said that he wasn't going to go, he was going to boycott. And so he was asked about this situation too. And you know what Bobblehead had to say? Let's go.
Stylist Aisha McShaw made this particularly for me to express the hard black but the gold. And I'm here tonight to say to these artists that we need to bring this world back to a level where we all exude what we have inside.
I want to know how you're going to do that at a fashion event. Al Sharpton, how are you doing that at a fashion event? What does our brother KG say all the time? Kid Gravity says it all the damn time. These people don't want to save the country. They just want to be famous.
Fashion sense is the ultimate African.
This man is dressed like, god dang, a Dick Tracy villain too. They had Kelly dressed up like Hammerhead, and they got him dressed up like Hammerhead. What is going on here? Who is the stylist for these people?
Urban flavor, unapologetic, stylist Aisha McShane.
Shout out to First Class Citizen in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, family. Your super chat is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, family. I thought Trump and his billionaire buddies were the problem with this country, Unk Bobblehead Ruckus. Exactly. There was another clip that I saw when he said, why wouldn't I be here to support Beyonce? Why wouldn't I be here? He said, I'm not going to let them billionaires have my seat. And I looked at that article and I was like, isn't Beyonce a billionaire? You see, you folks love to talk about billionaires, but everybody that you surround yourselves with are billionaires. If not, then millionaires. All these people are weird as hell. But they, we can't just touch on Al Sharpton being the only dummy, because he's not. He's not the only dummy. Shout out to Darlene Chestnut in the building. Much love to you, my warrior sister, and thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my warrior sister. Now, I want you to understand me, family. Y'all remember. We had to talk about somebody who was redistricted out of her district, lost her seat. We got to talk about something real quick because some information got dropped on my desk. And when the information is dropped on my desk, family, you already know I'm going to bring it right over to the family, no holds barred, because that's what the black media does. Well, the new black media, the old guard is dead. But you know what we got to do before we get to talking about it? Let's go.
Brain fried, scrambled like eggs in a skillet. Ooh. Thoughts running loose. Ooh. Can't even pin it. Ooh. Opinion spilling. Nonsense infinite. Logic took a vacation. She ain't in it. Ooh. Caught in the fog. Lost in the static. Ideas chaotic. Vibes erratic. Speeches gymnastics. Flips acrobatic. Words land hard, awkward, and tragic. Ooh. Dumber than a box of Crockett's. Lost keys, no pockets. Talking loud, no logic. Every thought catastrophic. Dumber than a box of Crockett's. Every move out of pocket.
Okay, family, we got to go back here. We got to go back to her black lady courtroom. Yeah, family, the jokes keep writing itself, family. The jokes keep writing itself. Now, in case you all was not here, there was a lot more folks here. Looks like Angela Cry dropped off, but she was here as well. Liz is still there. Liz Booker Houston, you see her right under Jasmine Crockpot. We got to talk about Miss Liz. We're going to talk about Miss Liz, but I want y'all to hear what Jasmine had to say. I know, we got to, the crockpotness. All the crockpotness. 1 second, family. Give me 1 second. Let me pull this down. There is a problem. I don't know what's going on. This is damn StreamYard. StreamYard, y'all need to get it together. I know your AI is listening. Get this together. You keep messing up my goddamn clips. All right. Give me 1 second, family. We're almost ready here. All right, that's still good. I got to go through all the clips that I have scheduled here to make sure everything is good because they messed my stuff up. Anyway, all right, let's go here, family. We got to get back to the black lady courtroom. Black lady courtroom. Black lady courtroom. Now, Jasmine is about to let you all know that the Democrats could have been doing more when they had the power to do more. But notice what she goes to talk about when she talks about the Democrats had the power to do more. She's not going to talk about 4 foundational Black Americans. No, she's going to play that gender scenario once again. Let's get into it.
This language, nut up sometimes. God dog. Like, and so that's the thing. Like, it's just about like these people have played hardball to the extent that women who couldn't get the ERA passed anyway, we couldn't get the Equal Rights Amendment passed into, so you know, these people ain't never believed that women should be equal in the first place. They decided to take us back to pre-Roe v. Wade, right, where we don't have bodily autonomy, and people are like, oh, we lost Roe v. Wade, we lost that. Like, bro, how many times did the Democrats control the House, the Senate, and the White House and fail to get it done?
What? Did I hear that right? Did I hear that correctly? Did Jasmine just say that the Democrats had the power to get something done? Hold on. Hold on. This is the first time that Jasmine isn't trying to put the buck over on the Republicans, if you notice. She's putting the buck on the onus of the situation onto the Democratic Party.
Right, where we don't have bodily autonomy, and people are like, oh, we lost Roe v. Wade, we lost that. Like, bro, how many times did the Democrats control the House, the Senate, and the White House and fail to get it done? Like, that's the thing. So I'm like, right there.
My problem. No.
Notice what she's saying, though, family. How many times did the Democrats and the Democrats at the House, had the Senate, and the presidency and didn't get it done? She's talking about women's rights, equal rights bill. She's not talking about a foundational Black American hate crime bill. No. She's not talking about reparations. No. She's not even talking about police reform. Because isn't that what Biden ran on? He promised that he was going to do a House Oversight Committee. No. She's talking about, once again, women's rights and abortion rights. But she can hold the Democrat Party accountable when it comes down to women's rights and abortion rights. But when it comes down to things that are supposed to be for foundational Black Americans, a policy, logically, there is nothing there. She can't say nothing about the Democratic Party when we're talking about us. And she has to make sure she separates foundational Black American men from foundational Black American women. But see, our sisters are too smart for your dumb stuff. Our sisters aren't your 92%ers. Our sisters understand that we are one. No matter what you do, we are one. And that's the way it is. The Democrats haven't figured that out yet. But our foundational Black American men, women, and children has all said it and has all figured it out. But it's these numbnuts that continue to try to push this separation narrative. Let's continue.
That's my thing. So I'm like, right now, even though people are not happy with the Republicans, which usually that's what happens. Like, Republicans, they like that sleazy ex-boyfriend that you knew you never should have got with in the first place.
Nigga, please.
What? Hold on. We got to get into this analogy. I want to hear this analogy. Hold up. Let me get my water. Let me take a sip of this water real quick. I don't want to be mid-drink when she finished that sentence. All right, let's hear what she has to say on that.
Boyfriend that you knew you never should have got with in the first place. Republicans, they like, I'm like, right now, even though people are not happy with the Republicans, which usually that's what happens. Like Republicans, they like that sleazy ex-boyfriend that you knew you never should have got with in the first place. Like that boy, I mean, the dude that could talk you out of your, you know what I'm talking about. Yes, that is how the Republicans are. They come in for whatever reason, they be seeming so sexy to some of y'all. They are not to me.
Family, does the Republicans seem so sexy to any of y'all? I've never heard anybody in the foundational Black American grassroots say anything about any Republican ever looking sexy. That is crazy work. Have you seen the people in the Republican Party? That is wild. That is wild, Nene Crazy. She said, Angela said, I'm out. This is about to go left. It was already left when she was there. The fake city girl. Exactly. Exactly. No, their policies aren't sexy. Their talking points aren't sexy. Nothing they do is sexy. What are you talking about? I'm not that freaky. You must have been hearing what's been going on in them TPUSA conferences, huh? Shout out to Dale for that. Oh, man. Oh, Jesus. Church, play the drop once again, please. Okay, I got to.
Nigga, please.
What the hell is this woman talking about? Especially if they conservative. Especially if they conservative. All right, let's go.
But they seem so sexy to some of y'all. And y'all get caught up, you know, it's just the infatuation. And then reality sets in because he end up taking your debit card, running it up. He end up ruining your credit. He ends up like making you lose your job, all the things. And then you be like, you know what? Maybe I should, instead of going for Mr. Smooth Talker, I probably should have went for the nerd. That nerd that I was in, you know what? Nerdy Democrat, boo, I'm sorry, right? Like that's the dude that's got bank.
Did you take a stupid pill with your breakfast this morning, Admiral?
What the does that mean, Kobe Bryant?
Are you listening to this woman, family? Are you listening? I know it's hard to hear this woman speak, but please tell me you are paying attention. The Democrats are the nerdy guys that the girls want to run back to after messing with the hoodlum. I think Jasmine Crockett has been smoking some of the stuff that Al Sharpton used to sell. Why do you think I call her Jasmine Crockpot? She isn't just, you know, maybe she's using that crock pot to cook down some stuff. Baking soda, a little water, a Pyrex jar. I mean, I ain't going to give you all the game, but you know the ingredients. I think that she's been, what does it say? You don't get high on your own supply. I think she's been getting high on her own supply. And I think she's been getting high on everybody else's supply as well. Only us says she's sniffing cake soap. Oh man, that's why she's getting lighter, my brother. She's sniffing cake soap. Nah, Ratchet is plumb dumb. Not plumb dumb. That is a Southern dumb if I ain't never heard one in my life. My grandpa used to call people plumb dumb. You were just plumb dumb. Shout out to Ms. Niecy. Oh, you gave me a bit of a nostalgia with that one. Family, like I said, this woman and these people, they don't know what to do with themselves. They done lost it. They done lost it. And remember Jasmine, Miss Crockpot, she was talking about Liz. Liz is a more active person than her. If y'all don't like her mouth, then you definitely ain't gonna love Liz's mouth. Well, family, come to find out, Liz is a tether. Yeah. And not just a regular tether. Oh, no. Liz wants you to know that her bloodline is a special bloodline. Because people have been telling Liz, shout out to my brother David, man. Okay, we're done with Crockpot right now. Hold on, we done. Hold on. Let's just get past this part right here. All right. Shout out to our brother David, man. But Liz, not only is she a tether, people start calling her out, telling her to go home. Go home. Go back to your homeland, tether. And Liz wanted those people to know, if I go home, it's going to be to France. Because my mother is a white French woman, don't you know? Oh, yeah. Let's go here. Get one good look, one more look at her. And here she is without the glasses. And here she is doing the Jasmine Crockett ratchet talk.
People on the internet are so damn crazy. I made a video yesterday talking about the hearing that I went to where RFK Jr. kept lying and saying that he did not say that Black children who have ADHD need to be taken from their families and reparented. Then I played the clip showing that he said exactly that. And even with evidence, some of y'all still want to defend him. I had this fool come to my comment section and say that I'm a...
Hold on, we gonna run that back. That's going, she already talks fast.
People on the internet are so damn crazy. I made a video yesterday talking about the hearing that I went to where RFK Jr. kept lying and saying that he did not say that Black children who have ADHD need to be taken from their families and reparented. Then I played the clip showing that he said exactly that. And even with the evidence, some of y'all still want to defend him. I had this fool come to my comment section and say that I'm an anchor baby and my mama is a refugee with a sawed-off coochie. Y'all are so quick to be bigoted, you don't realize how ignorant you look. So here come the double-wide domicile daughters of the American Revolution to show their entire pale asses in my comment section. Baby, if I go back to where my mama's family is from, c'est la France. C'est la France, parce que ma famille est française, mon grand-père de Lyon. Si je me fais expulser, it's going to be to France, you silly ass hoe. A country that you can't even afford to vacation to. Ma famille est française, mon grand-père de Lyon. Si je me fais expulser, it's going to be to France, you silly ass hoe. A country that you can't even afford to vacation to. Ma famille est française, mon grand-père de Lyon. Si je me fais expulser, it's going to be to France, you silly ass hoe. A country that you can't even afford to vacation to.
These are the people that are talking to us about our politics. This horse face with a wig is trying to sit here and diminish and talk stuff to people who are telling her, hey, you're an anchor baby. What the hell are you talking to us for? And she thinks that she's eating by saying, if I go home, it's going to be to France. So what? Take your bitch ass back to France. I don't care. Please go to France. Don't do Scottie Pippen like that. That is messed up, y'all. That is messed up. You gonna do Pippen like that? Well, maybe he deserves it. You know what I mean? It might be. It might be. I don't know. I don't know. But God dang it, not Pippen. Do Pippen, huh? What'd you say, Dale? France don't want her? Oh, man, get the hell out of here. Shout out to Crew Reality in the building. Much love to you. And shout out to our good brother Iron Will in the building. Much love to you, my warrior brother, and thank you for being here. And thank you for your contribution, my warrior brother. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. A little something for the collection plate. Much love and appreciation to you, family. And shout out to our good brother J.M. Bondoom in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Like I said, family, these people are out here losing their shit, and more information is coming out about these people. Here you go. Here come Christian Clark here. The lieutenant deputy. Was she the lieutenant deputy? Basically, she sat right under Merrick Garland, under his DOJ. She was the number 2. Let's hear what she had to say.
The courts, I mean, abolishing the filibuster potentially. There's lots of mechanisms, and indeed kind of codifying voting rights. Joe Biden did have the opportunity to do some of these things, and there has been criticism that during his 4 years, these weren't attended to. So why would it be different next time?
The urgency of now. I mean, if anything,
it was pretty urgent last time too. We'd had Trump before then.
It was, but
notice the urgency of now. Well, it was urgent back then. We was under Trump when you was trying to run, when Biden was running for president in 2019. So what do you mean is urgency now? And I'm glad he pushed back on her. The urgency. Continue.
Next time.
The urgency of now. I mean, if anything,
it was pretty urgent last time too. We'd had Trump before then.
It was, but I think there were some norms that were holding. And I think, we saw Congress pass some bills in bipartisan fashion during Biden's tenure.
Yeah. All bills that had nothing to do with foundational Black Americans. All bills that had nothing to do with foundational Black Americans. Let me say that one more time. All bills that had nothing to do with foundational Black Americans. You guys was able to get passed bipartisanly. Y'all didn't push not one bill for foundational Black Americans. Not one. Shout out to Lemonade in the building. Much love to you, my sister. Good to see you as always. Let's continue.
There was still some engagement across party line. And, the world has been turned upside down over the last 16 months.
The world was turned upside down under your president, Joe Biden, ma'am. You cracked open the floodgates, ma'am. Matter of fact, let's go down your list. Let's see. Jacob Blake. Did you federally prosecute? No? You didn't federally prosecute the Rustin guy? No? You declined to. Breonna Taylor. Did you bring any charges for that case? No. No, you didn't. Because the charges that you did bring, falsifying a warrant and civil rights violations, it wasn't what exactly they should have gotten. Now, should it been? You basically held them partially accountable, but not for the core act of the lethal force that they used on our sister Breonna Taylor. Ma'Khia Bryant. Did you arrest Nicholas? What's his name? Nicholas Reardon. I think it's Reardon. No, you brought no charges. God dang, Jalen Walker, Tyree Nichols. Now, Tyree Nichols, you guys actually bought charges. And I meant this, I brought this up before. You brought charges for Tyree Nichols, but that was because the people who actually did the police brutality were other black men. Granted, they were tethers, but they were still black men. So yeah, you jumped in on that one. And the only reason why you put a case on Derek Chauvin is because the black grassroots forced the state to first convict him. And then you guys turned around and gave him a federal conviction. But that was because of us. Yeah. Shout out to Meta in the building. Much love to you. Metamorphosis in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. All around the world, the same song with the same old people who want to sit here and say the same old nonsense over and over again. Shout out to our sister Shelly in the building as well. Much love to you. Let's go back here.
I think that when the pendulum swings, the first task is figuring out how we course correct. The first day, the day one responsibility is putting forward the reforms that are just absolutely necessary to get this country back on track.
And guess what? Your day one policy, your day one agenda will not get there if our agenda is not on that day one agenda. You guys will never see the president's seat ever again if our agenda is not put to the forefront. Never again. If we don't see reparations, if we don't see an anti-Black hate crime bill, if we don't see any real transformative policies for foundational Black Americans, you won't ever see that White House again. Continue.
You don't work up to that. It's day one work.
So it had to get really bad before it could get better.
I think sadly that is the case.
So Joe Biden had to mess everything up for Donald Trump to come through and mess up things further, for the Democrats to come back around and mess it up even more, because you ain't going to make it no better, especially with the policies that you guys are pushing. How is protecting illegals and mass amnesty something that will benefit the country? It isn't. Especially when you're taking away the rights of foundational Black Americans, especially when you're taking away the resources of foundational Black Americans, so that you can keep your little constituency. Go ahead.
It is really bad 16, 17 months into this, and we need day one readiness.
It's really bad 16, 17 months into a Trump's presidency. What about the 4 years that you guys served? It wasn't really bad for us then? I'm not with this nonsense. You're not going to sit here and act as if we didn't just go through the 4 years that we just went through. And you're thinking that we should put you back in the office in order to clean up a mess that you guys created. Because yes, you guys could have came in and you guys could have actually rammed through the Voters' Rights Act that you wanted to do. John Lewis Voters' Rights Act or whatever. You could have rammed through the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. You could have ran through an anti-Black hate crime bill. Soon as you got back into office. But you folks said, nah, I'd rather, give, Asians a hate crime bill. I would rather, give illegals reparations. I would rather open up the floodgates and let them come to this country, and I'd rather pay for their housing, their food, their clothing, their travels, giving them a little walking around change. I would rather bring in 100,000 Afghanis and give them funding. I would rather spend billions of dollars on the Iran war. And it has nothing to do with America. I would rather spend billions of dollars via U.S. aid to all these other countries for all these weird ass things like, transsexual frogs. Yeah, this all started with you guys. And you think that we're going to give you the opportunity to get back in there with no guarantees that you're going to do anything for us? You got the gang completely messed up. Oh, another great point. Bringing in Iranians on our dime. Real, actual Nazis, while they're out here calling god dang ICE agents Nazis. You chumps quite literally brought in Nazis and put them in our neighborhoods. Them folks, I remember seeing an article that the HBCUs was offering housing to these goddamn Ukrainians, the very same Ukrainians that wouldn't let those Africans get on the train over there and was beating them over the head in order to keep them there while they were being bombed. Yeah, we got a very long memory. Not the memory that you want us to have. You want us to have a short memory. But the axe remember the tree, and the tree remember the axe. We know what happened. And we're going to move as such. Now, we also got to go here. This is Robert Rakes, or whatever the hell his last name, Relks, however you say his last name. Now, if you don't remember this guy, let me jog your memory. This is the guy that was sitting across from Ann Coulter when she had this to say. Go ahead, Ann, get it out.
And Ann Coulter, you make kind of a provocative comment in your new book here, Mug, and I think it's on page 151. You write that various groups, feminists, gay rights groups, and those who are defending immigrants have commandeered the Black civil rights experience. What do you mean by that?
Yes, I'm glad you asked that because I think it's one of the most important points of the book. I mean, I think the way liberals have treated blacks like children and many of their policies have been harmful to blacks. At least they got the beneficiary group right. We do have to, we shouldn't. There is the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow laws. We don't owe the homeless. We don't owe feminists. We don't owe women who are desirous of having abortions, but that's or gays who want to get married to one another. That's what civil rights has become for much of the left. They dropped blacks after 5 minutes.
Immigrant rights are not civil rights?
No, I think civil rights are for blacks.
See, this is essentially the problem. And the Republicans
what have we done to the immigrants? We owe black people something. We have a legacy of slavery. Immigrants haven't even been in this country.
But you see, most of us are either immigrants or are the descendants of immigrants. And we understand, not everybody, there are Native Americans in, but we understand in this country, that kind of self-deportation, making things so difficult for immigrants, for undocumented.
Did y'all hear that? Well, hold up.
In this country, we understand.
We have a legacy of slavery. Immigrants haven't even been in this country.
But you see, most of us are either immigrants or are the descendants of immigrants. And we understand, not everybody, there are Native Americans in, but we understand in this country,
Family. Ann Coulter, one of the most racist women on the planet, self-proclaimed, allegedly, is sitting here with more sense than these Democratic counterparts of hers. I've heard this so many times, and there was one part in here I had to rewind because I didn't hear that part so clearly. And now, since I have my headphones on, I got to hear a part that nobody else has said here. We're the only ones who say it in the Black grassroots. But not only did Ann Coulter say that we're the only ones that civil rights is supposed to be for, we're the only ones that are supposed to be receiving these type of programs and amenities because we went through this history here in the country. But if you notice, this man just said, Robert tried to tell her, well, everybody in the country came from, well, he says most people come from the descendants of immigrants, this, that, and the third. And Coulter says everybody did. This man said, well, not Native Americans. And Coulter looked him dead in his eyes and said they immigrated from another country too. Why is Ann Coulter the only one out here speaking the true facts when it comes to foundational Black Americans sitting on a panel with a bunch of Democrats? She even went as far to let people know the Native Americans aren't native to this America. They came from a different land too. The only people who are native to this land, the only people that are owed something in this land is foundational Black Americans. Surprisingly, yeah, the voice of reason. This is my point, family. These Demorats, they already know. So everything that they've been saying, you can guarantee if Ann Coulter knows these things, they know these things too. So everything that they've been saying, immigrants built America, immigrants this, immigrants that, immigrants make America great, all this nonsense, they know is a lie. It's just talking points that their DNC think tanks come up with. Let's continue, shall we?
Country that kind of self-deportation, making things so difficult for immigrants, for undocumented immigrants, that they have to leave, or the DREAM Act, vetoing, threatening to veto the DREAM Act, which is what Romney has said. I mean, and again, we have Governor Romney, who is basically taking a position that is anti a large and the fastest growing segment of the electorate.
And here's the thing, if Republicans don't do something with immigration, and if Republicans are so far away from Latinos, they're going to lose not only this election, they might lose the White House for generations.
The future.
And Texas to turn
that's
from
why the
red to
Democrats
blue.
are dropping the blacks and moving on to the
They're not
Hispanics
dropping
because
the
they're a
blacks. They're not dropping
larger
the
group of.
Now, family, this took place years ago. And Ann Coulter put everything on the line right then and there and told the facts. That's why the Democratic Party is dropping blacks and they're going after the Hispanics. I'm just saying, this Nabisco woman, I don't have to like her to know that she's telling facts. And they don't like the fact that she's spitting facts because we're not supposed to know that.
Hispanics now, but could I just say to Jorge, I hate to disagree with you when you're attacking President Obama, but I think the point on immigration is you can have open borders or you can have a welfare state. You cannot have both. When you have a big government giving out benefits for all sorts of things, then you have to care very much who the immigrants are.
Immigrants
and it ought to be for
contribute
something
much
other
more
than
than what they take away. Immigrants contribute much more than what they take away from the economy.
That is false. That is false. That is something that they've been trying to push for a while. Well, immigrants, they contribute a lot more than what they actually take away from the economy. If that's the case, then why can't they contribute a lot more to their own countries? That's because that isn't the case. Immigrants come to America to do one thing and one thing only: extract from America. The fact that they pay taxes, that doesn't make them special. Foundational Black Americans pay taxes every goddamn day. And we're owed a debt in this country. So what makes the immigrants special? Because they come over here, extract wealth from our country that we built and the wealth that we built for the country. Because they come over here and pay taxes like everyone else. Make that make sense. If you can make it make sense, I got a sugar daddy in the backyard for you.
$1 billion a year, according to the National Academy of Sciences.
Exactly.
So it's great to have immigrants in this
Both
country.
legal and illegal immigrants are way more likely
they
to
are
be
here
on
because we
welfare
hire
than
them.
native born
They are here
Americans.
because we
That
hire
is the
them.
problem.
Citizenship, because there's quite a few things that I want to highlight that he speaks on through a few articles, or 2 articles particularly, once he gets done saying what he's going to say about that. So let's jump into that next.
You understand what I'm saying?
All right. Shout out to TD Media. Shout out to TD Media. Now, let's go over here, because like I said, I wanted to just remind you of who this guy is. Now, let's hear what he had to say.
Thomas is a political hack. I'm not sure every single one of Trump's justice appointees is as much of a hack, but when the 6 of them get together, I mean, did you read the Alito's opinion?
No.
Well, I hate to confess it. I used to argue before the Supreme Court, and I read the opinion, and it's shit. I mean, it's just bullshit. The whole thing is bullshit. Heather, he just made stuff up, and he wasn't even honest in saying that he was gutting Section 2. Between the Shelby versus Holder and this particular Louisiana case, Louisiana versus Calais, they've gutted the entire Voting Rights Act. So the old Confederacy is back in business. I mean, just let's repress and suppress all of the black votes.
But what about the civil rights movement?
Wait a second. Why are you so concerned about the black votes? I just played a clip where you and Ann Coulter is going back and forth, and you're more concerned about immigrants. So is this really about the goddamn black vote, or the small pockets of immigrants that's going to be affected by this too? Like the top hat community that you belong to? Oh, yeah. No, you're not going to sit here and try to make our situations about everybody else when you're having a conversation with Ann Coulter. But now that everybody knows the game that you guys have been playing, and nobody's really upset about it, you're coming out talking about, oh, this is going to help. This is going to hurt black voters, black. Bigger than black. With some black, some extra black. Because I'm black, y'all, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm bigger than black, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm back, y'all, because I'm bigger than black, y'all. I'm bigger than black, black, because I'm back and I'm black. All of a sudden, all of these people. But y'all did not say nothing in the last 4 years. Under Joe Biden. You didn't say nothing when the Shelby decision came down under Barack Obama. Let's be real. Now, all of a sudden, do you see why I call these people the Chicken Littles? The sky is falling. Well, it's been falling since 2013, and you didn't give us anything to build a new ceiling. Shout out to our brother AO, CB4 for the youngins. Absolutely. Those who know. Let's let them continue.
Listen, I'm old enough.
I know it.
To remember the civil rights movement, and a very good friend of mine was killed in Mississippi in 1964 trying to register voters. But no, this court has ended, for all intents and purposes, the Voting Rights Act of 1965.
This week makes me nervous for the midterms. I keep looking at the numbers of what are we looking at? Well, let's wait. We got to see the next one.
Act of 19. But no, this court has ended, for all intents and purposes, the Voting Rights Act.
Notice the rhetoric. This court has ended the Voters' Rights Act. And why is it still there? For all intents and purposes. No. Because Section 2 is still there. The Voters' Rights Act is still there. All they did was raise the burden of proof on one section of it, if you choose to say this is racial. So they're not going to assume vote dilution just because you just called out racism. You're going to have to now prove that these policies are racist or the redistricting is racist. It's that simple. And there's many ways to do that. Y'all harboring yourself off of the easiest way to do it because it's the easiest way to do it. So you're sitting here blatantly lying to people. And that's why you got a bunch of people in the general public running around talking about they just ended voters' rights, y'all. They just took away black people's right to vote, y'all. It's because these people are inciting it in the very same way that they're inciting un-American rhetoric, anti-American rhetoric. And like I said, for foundational Black Americans, you've earned the right to be anti-American if you want to be. That's on you. But you ain't about to bring me no goddamn immigrants or no freaking illegals or anybody else. I could talk shit about my country because I love my country, in the words of goddamn James Baldwin. I can critique and criticize my country because I love my country. We done fought in every war for this country. We done built everything that is good in this country. Anyway, let me get back to it because I will go into a whole nother tirade. Let's continue.
Of 1965.
This week makes me nervous for the midterms. I keep looking at the numbers of what are we looking at? Well, let's wait. We got to see the next one. We're 4 ahead. We're 3 back. Well, we're 2 ahead. But
I think that in terms of the redistricting, Florida, Louisiana, maybe Alabama are now all going to redistrict. And what Democrats have got to do, as they did in California and as they did in Virginia, they've got to say, wait, we are going to match you vote for vote. If you try to squeeze out additional Republican votes, we, maybe New York State, we are going to match you vote for vote. We're going to redistrict. So there is no advantage to you in red states to try to redistrict.
Yeah, the counterplay.
Well, good luck with that counterplay. Good luck with that, because to be honest with you, it ain't going to work. Let me tell you why it's not going to work. Because the only way that counterplay will work is if you had foundational Black America behind you. You don't. Everybody else is split. Everybody is split. So you got your Nabiscos who are split between Democrats and Republicans. You got your Asians who are split between Democrats and Republicans. You got your Mexican Latinos who are more for Republicans than Democrats. You got your Indians who are split between the Republicans and Democrats. You have your red dots who are split. So you don't have a base. The only base that you've ever had are the people that y'all trying to ignore. It's the people you're trying to fearmonger. Oh, but the fear mongering, it ain't working. It isn't working. Now, before we move to the next segment here, family, we got to talk about one more person. One more person. And I hate to do it. I hate to talk about this sassy ass dude. I really do. But I got to pull it out. Got to talk about Isaac Hayes III. We got to talk about Isaac Hayes III. I really don't want to, but we got to. Isaac Hayes III has just admitted what the real problem was with Kamala. It wasn't because of Black men who didn't vote for Kamala or Hillary. It isn't because of the Black women who didn't vote for Kamala or Hillary. Nah, it's about the people who sat on the couch. Oh yeah, you can't talk about us and I'm not going to call it I'm not going to say something about it. We ain't going to have a conversation about it. Yeah. You say our names and we popping up like Candyman. So let's hear what he has to say. Okay, family, let's get into it.
Okay, let's get this straight for y'all keep running your mouth. The strongest provisions of the Voting Rights Act have been removed by a majority Republican Supreme Court. That affects black people. So there is no two sides of the same bird. Republicans don't want black people to vote. Democrats do. Now,
sorry, family. I don't know why I muted. Wrong. He said Republicans don't want people to vote. Democrats do. Democrats want illegals voting. Democrats want to nullify the black vote by letting illegals vote. So when you say Republicans don't want people voting and the Democrats do, that is a lie. It is an infactual statement. Neither one wants us really voting. The Democrats has realized, since we have been saying it ourselves and speaking for ourselves quite vocally, they have realized that we are no longer their base. We are no longer their cash cows. We are no longer their kick mules. So only people that they want voting right about now are the same people we trying to get removed from this country. Hakeem Jeffrey said it. Chuck Schumer said it. They want to protect voting booths from ICE. California is doing it with their local elections. So yeah, Isaac, what you said is full of poppycock. Pause. He probably liked poppycock. Anyway, let's continue. Pause on that too.
for those of you that say stop blaming black men for not voting for Kamala Harris or Hillary Clinton and start putting these 85% of black men voted stat, that's not the issue. It's not about the black men that voted for Kamala Harris or Hillary Clinton. It's about the black people that did not vote at all. Did you know out of the 40 plus million black people that are in the United States of America, 30 million are of the age to vote? Of those 30 million, only 20 million are registered to vote. That means 10 million people, 10 million black people in this country are not registered to vote. Because of this decision by the Supreme Court, every single black person in the United States of America of voting age should register to vote right now.
If you go register to vote, make sure you're registering as an independent, or you can register as a freedman, for damn sakes. What's wrong with these people? Ain't nobody about to go run out and register to vote just because. 10 million people are not registered to vote because the Democratic Party nor the Republican Party has given them 10 million people anything to vote for. As Martin Luther King said, the Negro in the South has no voting rights and the Negro in the North has nothing to vote for. And instead of being the party who says, I'm going to actually bring you guys tangibles for your vote because you guys have been our most loyal voting bloc, yeah, they said, no, we're going to benign and neglect you out of existence. In the very same way that Malcolm said that the Republicans and the Democrats are one and the same. One is just a cunning fox, and the other one is a wolf. But they're both a part of the dog family, regardless. So just because this whole situation just happened, it does not mean, nor does it nullify the fact that you guys have never given us anything to vote for. And even the 20 million people that are registered who are of voting age, many of us sat that out. And just so you know, there's actually 40 million eligible people who can vote in America, within Black America. Well, it should be within America, period. It's 40 million people. So the 10 would make 50 million people. Anyway, continue.
You're not fooling anybody with that stat. 85% of black men voted for Hillary. You didn't vote. We know you didn't vote because you was talking that bullshit about two sides of the same bird. I'm just going to sit at home on the couch and all that.
And guess what? They're learning now, aren't they? They're learning now, aren't they? They're learning that they cannot take our votes for granted now, aren't they? They're learned this last election. They learned that foundational Black Americans had a lot more power than y'all would love to say, because it was you, sir, that was in Tariq's live talking about we ain't got the power. I remember clearly. Nobody cares if we sit it out. All of a sudden, here you are talking about we sat it out. Somebody sound bussified right now. Somebody's panties and thong is in a little bunch, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
And this is where it's gotten us. So cut that shit out. All right? You're not fooling nobody. That's not a stat to throw around like you won some shit, like you telling some. No, you don't vote at all. You don't vote locally. You don't vote nationally. You don't vote at all.
And whose fault is it? You see, you can't just go around shaming people because they're not voting. When you abstain from the vote, that is a vote in itself. Me abstaining from the vote means I'm voting for my interests. I'm voting for me. And if you're not bringing me nothing for my interests, you're not bringing anything that goes towards my interests, I'm holding my vote. In the very same way, they just had all those people voting in the UN. How many people abstained? How many people abstained? How many countries abstained? Abstaining is a vote. In the very same way that the Democrats and the Republicans abstained from their votes all the damn time. And they're in office. We're shut down right now because they didn't want to give their votes up. What are you talking about? This is why I say these people need to go back to a civics class. Professor Allen, are you in the building? Professor Allen, we might need to have you teaching these folks. Because our good brother teaches political science at an academic level. So you folks need to go and listen to some of Professor Allen's spaces. Have some conversations with him. Maybe he can get your brain right. Nope, probably won't, because you're all shills, and this is what your job entails. Coming out telling folks a straight up lie. Coming out talking stuff to folks because they understand how the process works, and they say, you know what? Well, since you're not including me in this process, I won't be including you, nor my vote. You see, it's you people that believe that when we withdraw our vote, that the Republicans win. That's on y'all. If you're counting on our vote to be there for you to win against these Republicans when you're not doing nothing for us, then you can count 100% vote that you're going to lose against that situation, because we have the right to our interest. Just like every other citizen has a right to their interest. So you think we're going to give up that right just so the Democrats can be sitting pretty? You can kiss our ass. As a matter of fact, you can kiss one ass and pass it down. Continue.
And that's the problem. We got to start voting, like as a culture, as a practice, as a people, because
we we
internalize the flatulation of the matter by transmitting the effervescence of the Indonesian proximity in order to further segregate the crux of my venereal infection.
Elections are simple. Majority rules. If you don't participate, some
family, this man does not know how elections work. This man does not know how elections work. Majority rule is not how elections in America works. I said this in my last broadcast. We got to have another civics lesson for the dummies in the room. America is not a democracy. Democracy means majority rules. That is a quite literal definition of democracy. Majority rules. This is not a democracy. This is a democratic republic. So, even if the popular candidate gets the popular vote, the Electoral College still has the power to vote against the popular vote. So, in that sense, it's not majority rule, because you only need 270 Electoral College's votes. And there's about, 700 of the electorate? Let me make sure. Hold on. Give me 1 second, family. Da. 538 members. There are 538 members of the Electoral College. And those 538 members, as I was just saying to you, they have more control over the election than we do. That is not majority rules. The party needs 270 to win, not millions. See, your presumption of voting is not voting. So even if they want the presumption of having my vote, I want something tangible for that. And this is why they say you have more power within your local elections. You have more power within your state elections. Because there is no buffer in between you as the people and the different policies and people you want to put in. There is no buffer there. Unless you have a bunch of damn illegals in the country and you're letting them vote. So yeah, it's not majority rules, egghead. Continue.
Somebody decides for you. I'm tired of that happening for us in places where I know we can win elections, in places like Georgia, in places like Alabama and Mississippi and Louisiana.
then go speak to those politicians and tell they ass to bring policy to the foundational Black American community. You're sitting here talking as if, well, I know we can win these districts, but you're not asking yourself the question of why you're not winning the districts. Why isn't people being mobilized to get out there and go do what they need to do to get you guys into office? You're not contemplating any of that. You're not taking an honest audit of what's happening. And they expect each and every one of you to do the exact same. To do the exact same. Just listen to what these folks have to say. Become terrified by what they have to say and just go and do what they tell you to do. Rather than looking at all of you like fools, huh? Very interesting. Shout out to our sister Brooke in the building. Much love to you, my sister Queen, and thank you for being here as always. And shout out to our sister Astarte Jones in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as always as well. Let me go ahead and pin that to the top right there. Y'all see it. Y'all see the letters for the legislation, family. Make sure you click that link and go and send those emails. Make sure you send those emails. Let's let them continue.
I'm tired of it. No, there's no excuse. Every single Black person in this country should register to vote. Every single one. We need 30 million people to register to vote. It'll change the trajectory of Black existence in this country tremendously, because we will shape rules that benefit us, particularly in the South, if you want to get real gutter with it. So cut all this bullshit out. It's not about not voting for Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris. It's about not voting at all. And we know you didn't. And we're not listening to y'all no more. Your time.
Sir, what is going on with this word?
We? We.
Sir, you guys wasn't listening to us in the first place, you Democratic shield. That's number one. But I like the way you said that, because I'm going to turn this back on you. You're not listening to us, and the general population is not listening to you. How the hell does that feel? Should we care? Family in the chat, please let me know. Should we be tearing up? Should we be crying? Should we be crashing out all over the place because the Democratic shills ain't listening to us anymore? Oh. Every time I get behind this microphone, I ask you all to hit the like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm, and reach the ears that need to hear. I've never said hit that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm to reach the Democratic shields who need to hear this. I've never not once said that. I've always said so that we can beat up the algorithm and reach the ears that needs to hear. That excludes Democratic shills automatically. Because whether or not they need to hear this isn't the problem. They refuse to hear it. But people who need to hear it will hear it, and it will get them to start thinking a little bit. With every episode that I do, with every broadcast that I do, and not just myself, people such as our sister Brooke, people such as our brother Black Alpha, people such as our brother Afro Elite, Torian Reigns, Tariq, Jason Black, Professor Black Truth, Jesse Paris, goddamn, Breeze Omega, anybody within the new Black media that does this work, they're not doing this work in vain. With every episode, we're dropping a seed in somebody's brain. With every episode, there's going to be somebody who does listen to us, turning and putting somebody new onto us because the people that they rock with is misleading them. With every broadcast we do, we are placing a seed, and it is up to that person to go and water that seed. And we'll see whether or not that tree that grows will bear any fruit. We'll know if they're starting to come around because we'll see the tree growing from that seed that was planted. And then they will be growing their fruits of the tree, and they will be the ones handing the fruit to new people. This is how Black grassroots movements work. Foundational Black Americans stand on business for foundational Black Americans. And when other foundational Black Americans who might have been misled by other voices hear real voices speaking without any type of reservation, with full-blown conviction for what's necessary for our communities, that in itself is a mind shifter. The first thing that they hear is, well, damn, I ain't never heard anybody speaking for the Black community like this person. Damn, maybe I should listen to this person a little bit more. And the more and more they come around, they listen to the new Black media. The more and more they listen to the Black grassroots. The more and more they're educating themselves. The more and more they're starting to do certain researches. And they're coming back to us and saying, damn, everything that you said is absolute. Look at everything that's being done for all these other people. And we can't, and we can't even get a hello. Shout out to C. Terry in the building, as well as our sister C. Philip Davis in the building. Much love to you both. Thank you both for being here, as well as Duke Jr. in the building. Much love to you. Now, family, I was going to get into another segment, but I'm not going to do that here today because that'll lead in to another couple of hours. But what I'll do is I'll chop this in half and we'll come back for the second segment on another day. However, I want to show you guys what we're going to end up speaking about. If you guys haven't heard of the dude, Austin Broughton, let me remind you who he is. All right, Duke Jr., I'll do that in a hot second. Give me a millisecond and we'll get into that. I want to remind you all who this Austin Broughton dude is. That's not him. Hold on.
So you say that black on black crime is due.
This is your Austin Broughton, and we're going to talk about him because when we speak out, and I've said this several times before, they're going to try to combat it. And now that they're seeing, the Republicans are seeing how the Democratic Party is getting told off about reparations and how we're standing on our square about reparations. Let's be clear. They're sending out their little bootlicks in order to try to say, well, we can't shut down reparations, but we can change exactly what is it, what it should be. So we're going to talk about Austin here. I think I'm going to be off early Friday, so I could probably get over here by 2 o'clock. And we're going to concentrate on Austin because I want you to hear the conservative reparations versus us. So I want you to know who's really speaking for foundational Black Americans, even though y'all already know. Also, we're going to be talking about the Jamaican professor, Jason Hill, and the nonsense that he had to say about reparations. So we'll do that Friday, and we'll be able to get out of here within a couple of hours if we do those two together on another day. If we do that here today, it's going to be another 5-hour broadcast, and we're already 3:30 in. So, yes, Carlton's little brother. All right, before we get up out of here, let me go ahead and I'm going to drop the link. I'm going to go ahead and give some people the opportunity to speak. Let's go. So there's the link. Duke, you said you wanted to come on up. Come on up and have your conversation. I saw your little. You have 212 people. That's not even the entirety of the population of the United States. What the hell does that matter? Guess what? Come on up here, Duke Jr. The link has been dropped. Because what you're doing right now, you're trying to say that, oh, well, my channel isn't that important, right? Right, Duke? I'm only reaching 212 people. That's what you're saying, right, Duke? Never mind the playbacks. Never mind the thousands of people who will share this later. Come on, Duke. Come on up. What do you got to say?
Well, let me explain this to some people. The gentleman that you're making mockeries of, he is correct to some extent, but not to a degree.
Hold on.
Because I think he dismisses the fuss.
I don't know why. Can you not hear me? Can you not hear me speaking? When I say hold on, that means you hold on. I'm the host here. All right. I'm gonna let you
still with me?
Yes, I'm with you. I'm the host here. So when I ask you to hold on, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Okay. Hold on for a second. I'm gonna drop you back down and you can come back up. I'm gonna drop you down, you come back up, because if you can't hear me, I can hear you clearly. I can hear you clearly. So come on back up. I'm gonna bring you back up. And if you're still having issues hearing, then it might be something with your side over there. But I'm willing to listen. And when you say that man, I'm assuming you're talking about Isaac Hayes III. So come on back up. I got you. There we go. Now, before you start speaking, can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir. I just want to make sure you can hear me.
Okay. Go ahead.
I think, yes, I get his frustration, but I also get the frustration of the foundational Black Americans in their strife. I think they are getting tired of not getting anything for their vote.
Real quick, and I'm going to let you finish, but what is your ethnic background?
Well, I don't think this matters, but I'll answer the question. I'm an American, quote unquote.
Where's your family from?
My family's from Virginia.
And where are their family from?
That I don't have a clue.
You don't know where your family is from?
Most of us have been in Virginia, so that's all. Mainly Central Virginia.
Are there any immigrants in your family?
Not that I know of. No.
Do your family stem from the slave fields here in America?
I would say yes, absolutely.
You would say? How old are you, sir?
I am 43.
You're 43 years old and you don't know whether or not your bloodline stems back to the people who built this country?
I would say yes, it is. It is.
Hold on. You would say.
I would say it
just
is.
Because you say does not mean that it is. Is your mother, your father, descendants of American slaves here in the United States? I'm not talking about in Jamaica. I'm not talking about in Haiti. I'm not talking about
not at
anywhere.
all. Not at all. My family is from the United States of white supremacy. Yes.
Okay, continue.
Now I don't know what that has to do with anything, but I'll go forward.
It has everything to do with it. Only people that don't know would say, I don't know what it has to do with it. It has everything to do with it because many of you folks come up here shilling and you're not even from America and you speak as a foundational Black American or you third party foundational Black Americans. That's what made me ask you whether or not what's your bloodline and if you're from this country, because you said, I understand foundational Black Americans and why they're mad. So you othered us.
Basically, you're a movement. So I understand your frustration.
No, we're not a movement. We're just a plain, simple lineage. Our movement.
Because I say that because
hold on, and I'm gonna let you speak. I'm gonna get this very clear with you right here today. We are not a movement. Foundational Black Americans is quite literally just a lineage. It is a commemorative term. In the same way that people say founding fathers, they wasn't calling themselves founding fathers. All we did was take Black American and put foundational in front of it, because that's what we are, the foundation of this country. And everything in this country comes from the foundation, us. So when you say it's a group, we are not a group. You got foundational Black Americans that don't rock with each other. I don't rock with a lot of these coon tap dancing foundational Black Americans, but it does not take away from them being foundational Black American, like your Al Sharpton. So when you say you're a group, we're not a group. We're quite literally just a lineage. And our movement is delineation. Come off your mic.
I understand that completely. But when I talk to my older persons in the Kent Assembly, are you a foundational Black American? They look at me and say, what the fuck is that?
Let me tell you something. Nobody has to say that they're a foundational Black American, because nobody had to go around saying they're an African American. When we was calling ourselves Negroes, people was against being called African American. Hell, I got people to this day in the older generation. As a matter of fact, I got a drop. I'll look it up and I'll play that drop a little bit later. I got a drop with an elder saying, do not call me African American. I will knock you out if you do so. So while you're sitting here saying, I ask these elders, are you foundational Black American? They don't have to know what a foundational Black American is if their bloodline and lineage goes back to the damn slave fields here in America. It's not about whether you self-identify as it. If you're Black, you're Black.
I understand that, sir, but I want to make before I get to my point here, I want to make this thing very clear.
Go ahead.
Most of it, there's been a lot of rumors about the foundational Black American movement being lined up with the Republicans. Now just hear me out for a moment.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
And engaging in a lot of what the late Neely Fuller Jr. called tacky, trashy, and terroristic language. I hope we don't get into that this evening. I'm just hoping we don't.
Hold on. Let me address that first before we go to your next point. We'll go point by point. This is a conversation. All right. Now, you brought up Neely Fuller Jr. Neely Fuller Jr. was the one who taught us that we have to make sure that every words that we use, words have meaning. And every time we use those words, we know what they're meaning and how we're using them. So when you say tacky wordsmiths and all this other stuff, it makes absolutely no sense that you would bring Neely Fuller up when speaking about us, when we hold Neely Fuller Jr. in high regards here. As a matter of fact, he's not a doctor, but I call him Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. on this platform. And everybody in the chat will tell you. We hold him in high regards. We hold Dr. Francis Cress Welsing in high regards. So when you say that right there is really an oxymoron. Second of all, you say that we get compared to Republican talking points. That ain't our problem. When other people compare us to other things, that has nothing to do with us. People do that in order to try to spew people away from us because we tell the truth. So when you say that people look at us as Republicans, I say it all the damn time. I am not a Republican. I am not a Democrat. I am not a Republican. I am not a Demorat. I am a foundational Black American with foundational Black American interests. And I do not tell people to go vote for Republicans. And I don't tell people to go vote for Democrats. I say, if anybody comes to you trying to get your vote, you make sure that they're bringing you something. Now tell me, where's the flawed logic in that when everybody else around the United States of America, they concentrate on their specific interests in their communities? So where's the flaw? Where's the logic? And where's the Republican talking point there?
Just speculation, sir.
Yeah, speculation is assuming, and when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me.
Now, I want to get onto the point here. I don't want to get into the name calling.
I'm not,
Isaac Hayes Jr.
Hold on, sir. I'm not name calling. I'm having a logical conversation with you. I asked you a question. You gave me your response, and you said it's an assumption. You said that you're speculating, which is an assumption. And an assumption makes an ass out of both of us. This isn't name calling. This is just facts. So now your next point. Go ahead.
Now, what Mr. Isaac Hayes Jr. or the 30s is, I think he has not really sat down and tried to talk to you, FBAs, about, okay, I mean, I've heard a lot of your commentaries from, because different FBA people claim that same thing. And it's anti-Democrat. It's just throwing shit at the Democrats all the time. And the Republicans, they are just, well, we don't throw shit at them. So
are you saying that most people that you listen to is just flat out anti-Democrat is what you're saying?
It's pretty much, let's keep it real, sir. We're on social media. So it's the sexiest thing to do is to, shit on the Democratic Party because it's good money. It gets ratings. It gets everything. But when I listen to you guys
now, hold on. Before you continue, I gotta ask a question there. So you feel like when you're listening to the new black media, the majority of us just dump on Democrats, and that's just it?
I would say 85 to 90% of the time when I listen to not you specifically, but other persons that claim to be foundational Black American or use that banner, it's always going after the Democratic Party. When, let's be clear about this, and I want to just educate the voters this evening. You do realize that the Democratic Party in this country only controls 16, magic number, 16 state legislators. Republicans control 25. You may have some in between, maybe divided government, where one party may control one house.
Okay, hold on. Okay, give me a second because we got a baby step. We got to slow walk this. The family's here. We're here, right, family? We can slow cook. I got a crock pot right over there. All right, we got to slow cook this. I want to touch on your first point before we go to your next one. So when you listen to the new black media, for the most part, all you hear is us downing Democrats or pooping on Democrats. My question to you would be, well, we've been their voting base for over 60 plus years, and they have done absolutely nothing for us. And they continue to try to push erasure of foundational Black Americans by saying that immigrants built the country, by trying to bring in illegals and give them the opportunity to vote, even though they are not citizens, which would eliminate votes in the country. When you say that, I must then ask you, what have they done for us to show them any type of support?
I mean, the Democratic Party has tried to cope everything under the terms of color blindness, not specific. I believe so. That's kind of chicken shitty. It's very chicken shit. Look.
So you say that. Okay, good. You admit that is chicken shitty. So why should we sit here and support any of them when we have been disrespected by them over the past 60 plus years, especially with the last 4 years and all the disrespect that came from under Joe Biden? Actually, we ain't even got to talk about we ain't even got to go past that and go to Barack Obama.
Oh man, well, wait a minute, hold on. Let me phrase that. President Biden did not disrespect Black people. I can actually say that.
You said President Biden didn't disrespect Black people?
He had Black women in his cabinet, sir. More than any other party. I mean, look how many bills he passed. He passed the American Rescue Plan.
I want you to understand that coming in here lying is only going to make you look like the liar that you are. And
okay, well, where was I wrong, sir?
We cannot continue this conversation if you're going to sit here and lie to me.
Okay, stop. Okay, what did he do?
I do not respect liars.
Okay, what did he disrespect us on in his 4 years?
Did he tell the whole world that if you have a problem deciding whether you're for him or Trump, that you ain't Black?
Yes, I heard that part. I did hear that.
Was that not disrespectful?
Honestly, I think it's
was that not disrespectful for somebody who quite literally?
But look, it was very tacky.
I'm not going to be cut off. This is my broadcast. The man who quite literally wrote crime bills targeting foundational Black Americans and then got into office and told the civil rights people that got him into office that they were going to have to go and work with the Hispanics. Don't expect nothing from him. That's not disrespect.
I think it's disrespectful.
You think it's disrespectful,
But
yet you just told me that. Did you not just say that Joe Biden did not disrespect us? And that was just with his words. Let's not even get into his policy, because
because here's the thing about
that he didn't implement it that harmed foundational Black Americans overall. What are you talking about?
But wait a minute, hold on, sir. Because when he made that obtuse statement, you ain't Black, you know, I think it was an obtuse statement, like similar to what he said down here in Virginia when he was the vice president in Danville, Virginia, about putting that the Republican Party and Mitt Romney at the time during the 2012 presidential election, they were going to put y'all in chains. And, you know, it was a lot of, you know,
so with you knowing all that, how can you even fix your mouth to say that he never disrespected us?
Well, sir, the majority of Black people did vote for him.
The majority of the majority of Black people didn't vote for him. See, that's the thing.
People voted for him.
No, that's the thing that you shills love to go around saying.
No, actually, we did vote for him.
The majority of Black voters did not vote for him.
The majority of Black voters that was in the electorate. Let me clarify that.
The people who voted.
Yes, the people who
voted for him. But a majority, more than 10 to 20 million people sat out the election.
Yes, they sat him out.
And
they sat it out. You're correct.
And that number keeps raising. It raised since 2012 when Obama lost people because he wasn't doing nothing for us. It went even further down in 2016 when they tried to run Hillary and she was already super predator and she was talking that nonsense on us. Yeah. And then it went down again in 2020 when Biden was running. So explain to me how Black people put him in office when the voting
participation. Oh, sorry. You mean you're talking about voting?
Exactly. The people
talking about voting participation.
You have to be able to explain these things correctly. See, I'm a political scientist, so you're not talking to a dummy.
And that's why I like. That's why I'm not disputing what you're saying. What I'm saying though is we put this in context. The people who voted in that electorate, Black people made up at that time, they said 12% of the electorate in that year. So we're talking that's about 17 million voters.
11%.
Yeah, 11%, so about 17 million voters, and that 2020 election, 2024 was 15 million. But yes, I see the frustration, and I see that Black folks like
2024 was 17 million, 2020 was the 15 million.
No, 15 million was 2024. No, 17 million was that. 2024. Because let's be honest, it's for a Democrat to get elected.
2024,
it was not high, sir. The Black voting participation dropped. It dropped.
There was only 14 million foundational Black Americans who voted in 2024, and the 3 million that was there was from basically immigrant Blacks.
So wait a minute, stop right there. So immigrants cannot vote in elections.
Immigrants,
they're not legal.
Immigrants can vote in elections. I'm not talking about illegals. I'm talking about just plain Black immigrants. So
if they're
citizens of the United States, yes, I'm telling you the numbers from our breakdown. I'm not talking about illegals.
Well, sir, I'm not anti, I'm not anti my government here, but I do want to put these things in context here because I know it's a lot of rhetoric on social media and it's a lot of rhetoric. So let's put this in context. Yes, President Biden did say that, and I didn't like the fact that President Biden got in front of Al Sharpton and them and said, "Hey, let's get this straight. I'm the only white boy that did this and blah 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 blah." I wasn't for Biden because I knew he wasn't going to last long. I just knew, but I knew the white liberals in the Democratic Party. I can talk from experience because I'm a Democrat.
Well, you don't say. Wait, hold on. You don't say. Wait, hold on. You don't say. You're a Democrat. I couldn't put 2 and 2 together, but go ahead. Go ahead. Come off your mic. I was just surprised that you were a Democrat.
Oh, I didn't know you. I'm sorry. You muted me. They were so desperate to get rid of Donald Trump, and I'm thinking, guys, it's not a good idea. If you back Biden, he's going to be back in office in 4 years. If you want to get rid of Trump, you don't give this man no oxygen, and you definitely don't put up no man in that age group that is only has one good term in him, don't have a lot left. And they wouldn't listen to me. But I said in the last election, I told you so. That Biden was not going to be Biden for his, yes, he did some correct things when he was in office, but he was just old. Time had passed him by. He didn't have that energy to
What correct things did Joe Biden do for foundational Black Americans while he was in office?
As far as policy or laws,
specific policy, in the very same way that off of a lie, they passed policy to give the Asians a hate crime bill, and Biden attached $50 million to it. In the very same way.
And which bill? Which law was that?
The COVID.
That was the American Rescue Plan.
No.
The COVID thing was the American Rescue Plan.
All right.
That was the American Rescue Plan.
Hold up.
Because he actually passed 4 bills while he was in office. He actually signed them into law. It was the American Rescue Plan. It was the Infrastructure and Jobs Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, and it was the CHIPS and Science Act. So it was those 4 bills that he actually got passed while he was president. He got those signed. Now, he did about 17 executive orders. One of them was about restoring racial equality in the government. But you can read it for yourself. That's really what he passed. But he tried to get Black farmers some money, but Stephen Miller sued him for those situations, which Black farmers have been long overdue money. Long overdue. Because they're not even getting paid now. They're getting a tiny fraction of investment in from the Department of Agriculture.
What is this? What is this? Don't mute up now. Don't mute up now. What is this that you're saying?
No, I'm trying to read it. What's the this is the COVID relief bill? This is Public Law, May 2021.
This is the hate crime act that they signed for the Asians.
Yes, they did sign a hate crime bill. They did. They did send it.
This act may be cited as the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act.
Yes, he did sign that.
Okay.
I forgot.
When I sat here and told you that he did that, you sat here and tried to make it seem like I didn't know what I was talking about.
No. I didn't say you know what you're talking about.
No, you definitely did.
No. I didn't undermine you. I did not undermine you, sir. I did not undermine you.
That's not what he signed. That's not what he did. And I said, Congress passed this act and he signed it. You said, no, he signed 4 different bills. And it was within that bill that this bill
I thought it was in that bill. I thought that was in the bill because that didn't come up in his records that he signed that bill. So that's my mistake. That's my mistake. That's my mistake.
And that's my mistake. You should be having conversations with people who knows what they're talking about. You're going off of what you think. I'm going off of what I know.
Now, let me ask you a question. Though.
Between you and me. No, calm down. I'll let you ask after this.
Okay, let me ask
between you and me. Everything that I said to you, I have already broadcast on this program several times over. So you better come with something very good if you think that you're going to be able to trip me up.
Well, no, not at all. But I'm asking you this question and having this discussion. Now, I don't believe in this hate crime bill. We already had the Matthew Shepard, James Byrd hate crimes law. Why do we need another?
And that wasn't for us either. They shoehorned a bunch of LGBTQ in there, and that's what hate crime became. It became a goddamn LGBTQ hate crime bill. It was not for foundational Black Americans. My brother is related to James Byrd, rest in peace. So that is another situation you're not going to be able to trip around me.
I'm not tripping around that, but that's what they put in the bill. The James Byrd, Matthew Shepard. I don't know why they put them together. I don't know why.
Because
I don't know why.
They wanted to dilute the whole situation being about foundational Black Americans. So they shoehorned the little gay dude that got taken out in that gay club into the bill.
Which I don't think race and sex go together, But I do find the intersectionality in that through Kimberly Crenshaw, but not in that case of hate crime bills. So I'll agree with you on that one. I will agree with you on that.
Hold on 1 second, please. Let me state this. See, family, when I say that these people tend to have the same type of indoctrination, I've already done on this broadcast how intersectionality is a wrecking ball when it comes. Well, actually, it shatters our wrecking ball when it comes to our power as Black men and women in this country. And what Kimberly did, Kimberly basically put men and women, Black men and women, into a situation where they're Black and, which means you're Black and you're gay, which means you're Black and you're a woman, you're Black and you're a man, you're Black and you're trans, rather than just concentrating on getting rights situated for your Black community at all. And by doing this, you fragment the wrecking ball that breaks down the wall of white supremacy. So whether or not Kimberly meant to do so, that's what her work actually does. So whenever Democrats want to separate and segregate us from each other so that they can either get the woman's vote or no vote at all, because Black men has been the forefront saying no, so they try to separate us, they start to bring in intersectionality talking points as if anything would change if she was without being Black. If
you know what's interesting about your statement, sir, what's interesting about your statement, and I'm not disagreeing with it. I have been hearing as of late that, as I heard one Black woman say, that you Black men are a cancer. You are fucking around doing X, Y, and Z. You're weak as hell. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute here. You know, we can't be throwing Black men on the bus because Black men have a difference of opinion about these issues that affect Black people. I get all of that, but I'll talk about Kimberly Crenshaw if we have if you want to talk about that at another time and space.
Let's talk about Kimberly at another time. I want you to land with your point because we're going to have to get up out of here in a few minutes. So go ahead.
But I would like you to put things in context on why the Democratic Party can't do everything quote unquote specifically about race.
Why?
Because the Republicans have a legal system, and we clearly have seen it. They're using the legal things of equal protection under the law. So like the Black farmers, when Biden gave the Black farmers some money, that got held up in court because Stephen Miller's group sued.
Let me stop you there. There.
They finally got their money, but
you want me to put things in context? No problem. I'm gonna put things in context for you because I'm a contextual type of guy, don't you know? Now let me put it in context for you. The Democrats know what they're doing when they're making these race-based policies. It is not that they don't know, that they're unaware. Foundational Black Americans have been calling for lineage-based policies for a while because we understand that is one hurdle that the Constitution will shut down if you make anything about race. The 14th Amendment does not allow it. So when you sitting here telling me that the Republicans keep shutting stuff down, that's because the Democrats aren't using the proper wording. If they would make lineage-based policies, the farmers wouldn't have had that problem. But because it was a racial policy, in order to get those farmers that money, even though they were deprived of that very same money under freaking Obama, Trump, and Joe Biden. Don't get it confused.
Oh, I'm not. And that's why I was kind of like, why the hell is Tom Vilsack back in the Department of Agriculture again?
Let me finish. So when Joe Biden went to sign that bill, he already knew the only way he was going to get that bill in is if they include white farmers too. Biden has always been an anti-Black racist, a staunch anti-Black racist. So for anybody to believe that the Democratic Party don't know what they're doing, our sister Brooke is in the building right now. She's up in New York dealing with all of these Democrats in New York, trying to make sure that we get a sound reparations bill in New York based off of lineage because they keep on trying to base it off of race. And
now let me ask you a question.
Hold on.
Okay,
they already explained to them, Brooke, our brother, President Devine, they've already explained several times over how this is a non-constitutional bill that New York is trying to push. So yeah, they know that these bills aren't constitutional. They refuse to disaggregate it.
So here's my question to the FBAs. I hear what you're saying, and I agree with you saying about lineage-based reparations. But my challenge and my problem with you are your FBAs out here is that you're giving smoke to Democrats, but the biggest harm is done in the South, where 60% of our population resides.
And
we need reparations from them governors down there in Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana.
Hold on. Who's been receiving the vote for over 60 plus years?
I don't give a flying fuck. They're not relevant to this.
Exactly.
They're not relevant to this.
You don't give a flying fuck. You're saying it's not relevant. It is completely relevant.
Why why should we ask the Democrats for anything if we now go to?
Because we have been their most loyal voter base. They owe us. They cannot get.
They don't owe us a goddamn thing. The Republicans owe us anything. Republicans.
All right, you're done here. Since you can't listen, let me say this, family. I let that go on for as long as I did because I wanted the youth to hear what these old niggas is on. This man says that he's 43, sounding like he's 65, 69, maybe 72. This man wants to sit here and talk in circles saying, oh, well, they don't owe us a damn thing. They don't owe us a damn thing. And we kept them in office for over 60 years. Without foundational Black Americans, the Democratic Party cannot get into office. This is why they go around trying to put together all these coalitions, trying to put us with other people, because they know that the Black vote is the only vote that can get any Democrat into office. Let's be very clear about this. To my young family, to all the new generation coming up behind that man right there, do not let these people lie to you. If the Republicans come to us trying to get our vote, then guess what? We're going to make them do something for our vote. But it ain't the Republicans coming to us trying to get our vote. It is the Democratic Party trying to shame us into voting for a group of people that have done nothing for us while using our goddamn lineage history in this country to benefit every other group but us. This is why you cannot trust the old niggas, in the word of Jason Black. I let that man talk. I kept him up here for a while because I wanted him to get those talking points out. These folks are quite literally, they're not black, they're blue. And I believe that man is a damn tether. How the hell you 43, but you don't know where your family from? I'll be 40 on Sunday. I could tell you about Louisiana, Shreveport. I could tell you about Mississippi, Indianola, Jacksonville. Some of my family out in goddamn Ohio. Some of my family out in Oakland. Don't play with me about this. Like I said, you came up talking to the wrong one. The wrong one. Thank you all for the birthday wishes. And this ain't me being amped up. This is me being passionate, just so everybody know I can control it at any time. You know what I'm saying? But that's why they call me church, because I bring that passion real quick. Do not let these people fool you. They know exactly what they're doing. He said here and tried to say that freaking Joe Biden never disrespected us, and I had to break him down in order to make sure he understood that he wasn't talking to a dummy, and he had to backtrack several times over. Well, yeah, you're right. And then he started bringing up things that was disrespectful that he did. When you hold these people to the fire, when you hold their talking points under the microscope and give it the proper scrutiny, you best believe it shatters, it breaks down. And I wouldn't have dropped him if he didn't come in lying again, talk about the Democrats don't owe us nothing. That's a lie. They know it, and the world knows it. The government owes us. But it's the Democrats that keep coming back to us, begging us to keep them in office or put them in office. And if you want our vote, you must know you work for me. I don't work for you. I don't work for you. You work for me. Your agenda is not mine. My agenda is my agenda. My interest is my interest. And if you think for 1 second that I'm going to put my interest to the side in order to benefit a bunch of people that's never done anything for my community, I think you're smoking the same smack that Al Sharpton was smoking and that Jasmine Crock Pipe may be smoking allegedly. Let me be very clear about my stance here. But I'm glad you came on up. I'm glad that you were an example to the new generation of what not to be. How dare you come up here and try to tell me Joe Biden is never disrespect? What kind of crap? This is what a shield does. And this is why they have a problem with us. Not because of the fact that we sound like Republicans, because I just proved that I don't sound like no damn Republican. And when I asked him, where was I wrong? What makes me sound like a Republican when I'm quite literally shutting both sides down? He couldn't answer that, could he? Let me go ahead and give a B1 salute to our good brother 13 Mike Travels. Thank you for your super chat, your donation. It's blessed tenfold. I appreciate your contribution. As always, my good brother. Drop this tether time waster. I feel it. But I also wanted to use it as a learning experience. Because I challenge people to come up all the time. Now, I do respect that he had the balls to come on up and have the conversation, but I don't respect a liar, especially when we're having conversations about foundational Black Americans. You got the game messed up. Shout out to Dorothy, our good sister. Much love to you, my sister queen, and thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always as well, family. Keep doing the work. Always, family, always. Because with you guys and with me, there is something within us that can't be shackled because we've already been shackled. That's what they don't like about us. They don't like the fact that we don't hold no damn punches. What we feel is not what we feel, is what we see and what we've been through. Our experience here in this country is not up for debate. And what the Democrats have been doing is not up for debate. Yes, the Republicans is awful. They some pieces of trash. They're just as bad as the Democratic Party. I say it all the time. These are two dirty ass wings on a dirty ass pigeon. Yes, I say that often. But guess what? They're not coming knocking on my door begging me for a vote. Republicans aren't calling my phone asking me to donate to their cause. The Democrats keep knocking on my door. The Democrats keep calling my phone. The Democrats keep on talking to us like we're lower than life because we don't want to vote for them for nothing. Oh, family, I love it. I love it. Election season, you gotta love it. Send more, DNC. The more you send, the more I will shut down with the force of the Most High. Because I am a spiritually ordained man and I am a physically ordained man. The Most High told me I will put a fire in your belly which no man can dispute. And that's all because I speak for my people, not because I speak for myself. I have no ego to inflate. But when it comes down to my folk, my people, my community, oh, yeah, we're not going to hold no punches. We're not going to sit here and act as if the Democrats have been, oh, well, they just been blocked by all these Republicans. The Republicans own the House. They own the Senate right now, but yet they still got TPS protections for Haitians through the House. Did they not? They shut down the American government for a bunch of damn illegals. When have they ever done anything like that for foundational Black Americans? Duke? When have your Democrats ever shut down the government to bring forth policy for foundational Black Americans, Duke? If you want to have a real conversation, I'm about having a real conversation. And I'm glad. Like I said, I got a small amount of respect because you was willing to click that link. And most of these trolling ass people, they will never hit the link because they already know that it's going to be flame time. However, I will not allow the lies. I will not allow the buck dancing, the tap dancing, the shucking and jiving. I don't do none of that here. We don't do that here. Welcome to Foundational Black America, and welcome to the Church of Black Power. If you're not subscribed, go ahead, hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like, share, and hype button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description, go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. Family, a B1 salute to our good brother Black RU. Much love to you, my warrior brother, and thank you for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my warrior brother, as well as our good brother Drew Laston. Shout out to you, my warrior brother. Much love to you, and thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always as well. Family, I want you all to know that when you are on your square, you will be trying to get, they will try to push you off. They will try to push you left. They will try to push you right. And family, I've said this several times over. We are independent. Well, at least until the reparations party comes along. And we're working on that right now, very adamantly. So until then, there's left, there's right, and we're stuck right in the middle because neither one of them do nothing for us. And if neither one of them is willing to do anything for us, neither one of them is in favor of reparations, if neither one of them want to protect foundational Black Americans as the class we should be, if neither one of them is rocking with us, then neither one of them gets our vote. It is that simple. It is that plain. It is that basic. Welcome to politics. I want to thank each and every one of you for being here and sharing your Wednesday night with me. Much love to each and every one of you, all my mods, my members, my Patreons, my god dang everybody who donated, whether by Cash App, Super Chat, PayPal, or anything else. I want to give you my humble, much humble gratuity. And I want to let you all know that the end of the god dang day, you already know what's right. You feel it in your gut. You have something called intuition. When you study occultism, intuition is your psychic ability. And the more that you listen to your intuition, the more it will give you. So you all know what's right and what isn't. You all understand what should be done for you. It is the shills and the bootlicks who don't care. Y'all heard him say it. Oh, I don't care. They don't. Oh, that's a damn thing. Yeah. That's what makes me think that you're a tether, sir. That's what makes me think that you are not from this country. You didn't know where your family's from? Oh, you know, we mostly Virginia, but where in Virginia then? How long has your family been in Virginia? Are they the descendants of American slaves? These are all simple goddamn questions. I'm a descendant of an American slave. I mean, it is very easy to answer that damn question. Don't let these people push you off your square. And as Jason Black said, and I'm talking to the young generation, don't be confused by an elder versus an old nigga. An elder takes the time not just to listen, but to understand. An elder understands that they're continuously growing, they're continuously learning. The elders are tapped in with foundational Black Americans. Do not get it confused. It's the old niggas that want to bootlick, tap dance, and shill for a bunch of people that ain't did nothing for us. And we ain't allowing it. The doors of the church are now closed. Peace, family.
My grandfather built this country, man. He fought wars for it. And most places he went wouldn't let him sit down and get a cup of coffee. I can't even catch a cab in New York. You know, it doesn't matter how many degrees I get. All you people see is color. Your grandfather was an immigrant. You're American. My grandfather was born here, Duke. And you people still look at me as just another nigga.
I know that the government, whatever, can't stand us Black people. He's doing everything in the world to make Black man be extinct. But I'm going to tell you one thing. Us Black people going to survive. Yeah. So fuck everybody. I'm out.